So we are live. We are live. We should be live. We should be live. We should be live. End of a week, nearly. One more day. Friday tomorrow. Here in the UK, we're having somewhat of an Indian summer. Really, really nice weather this week. Start of September. Summer's coming to an end, but bro, the last few days, man, have been really, really nice. Super warm, super hot. A lot of talent about, if you catch my drift, showing their stuff, which I always appreciate. Living in a cold country, you appreciate it a lot more. When the sun comes out, the puppies come out, and I appreciate it. I really do. I really do. Usually in this country, people are covered up and, wearing God knows what, jumpers, hoodies, coats, etc. Not very nice winters here in the UK. But when there's a bit of sun, the fun bags come out. What's not to like? What's not to like? Big up to JD. Big up to Ali Drew. Salute to Ali Drew. Beautiful woman. Yeah, I see it. I see it. I made a video. Ronan, what's up? Big up to G-Man, by the way. Disturbingly Wicked, his second channel. I really enjoyed my time on G-Man's channel yesterday. Had a good time. I always have a good time when I speak to G-Man. I try to always tell G-Man in private, I feel his talents sometimes are wasted on boxing. I feel like G-Man has good presenting skills, no matter what topic he goes into. I think he'd be a good podcaster or interviewer, to be honest. I do. Big up to SH. Big up. Yeah, man. Big up to yourself, G-Man. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, I enjoyed it, bro. I enjoyed it. I always enjoy the chats we have after the show as well. I can't lie. You know, me and you are kind of on the same page with most things. I've still not seen the new Top Boy. Apology, man. I've been seeing you in. I've been seeing you in comments recently, which I'm glad to see. Man, you need to get back on panels, back on BDA and things like that. People need the Bane voice. People need it. Apology, man. You need to start voice acting, bro. You need to start voice acting. Nah, bro. Nah. Bro, listen, Adelaide seems about it, bro. I appreciate it. He's not a fake. He said time ago, like, if he pipes up, I'll punch him up. It wasn't him who punched him up, it was one of his teammates. But listen, man, Adelaide gave a warning and Fabio paid the price. Team Ngannou all the way. It would be best karma. It would also set up a fight with John Jones for Francis. Yeah, it would, bro. If Francis beats Tyson Fury in a boxing match, bro, the John Jones fight becomes a lot bigger. No doubt. Bro, I want to see Fabio Wardley versus David Adelaide. I really do. I said I was disappointed that the Fraser Clark fight fell through, but I think the Adelaide fight is better. There's more fucking needle there. And when it comes to boxing, sometimes this beef is fake. Sometimes it's contrived and put on. But these two, to me, the beef seems genuine. You can just tell in the energy. I want to see that fight, and I think Fabio Wardley wins. I know. So no, sorry. I think David Adelaide wins. I know Fabio Wardley is the favourite. He will be the favourite. David Adelaide didn't look good against Sakalovsky. I've got a weird feel. Like, I've always had a weird feeling Adelaide wins. Hi, Del. I've recently been recording a couple of MMA and boxing videos. Just wondering, do you edit your videos at all? Or do you just upload after one take? I'll be real, bro. I do edit. Yeah, sometimes I'll stumble on my words, things like that. Yeah, I do edit. It's natural. It's natural. There are some people who can do it in one take, but I edit. On the second channel, on Disturbed Reality, I do a lot less editing because I write a script first. But when I'm speaking from like the dome, I am a little more scatterbrained. I probably have ADHD more than, to be honest. But yeah, it's natural to edit, bro. Especially if you're not script writing. Listen, man, yo, JD, in IRL, you want boys like that who are willing to swing for you. If you get in a bit of trouble, you want your boys to be there. Do you know what I'm saying? You want your boys to be there, so I don't really have an issue with it. Fabio went charging in, he got clapped. Apparently the guy who did it was like a PFL fighter, a PFL MMA. I think so, G-Man. I think it would be a better fight. The build-up would be excellent. Any tips on for not stuttering or for correcting myself when I say the wrong thing or make a mistake? Well, don't be afraid to edit. I would suggest that you use Audacity to record the audio. Very easy to use. It's free. It's good software, to be honest. Use Audacity. It depends on how you're doing it. If you're doing it with like how I do with like pictures and just me doing a voice recording, use Audacity. Audacity is great software. It's free, like I said, easy to use. You can cut, edit, etc. really easily. But I'm not sure how you're going to do it, Jay's Boxing Universe. And by the way, when you do it, let me know, so I can shout you out and give you maybe a little push. You won't get many subs from my channel, but like I can give you a bit of a push. Yeah, I think so, Cop End. Yeah, if this was UK, Fabio would definitely be off after today. I agree. Yeah, I hope they can get it on. But weirdly, Cop End, I want to see it in the UK. It feels wasted in Saudi Arabia. See, I don't think it was a sucker punch, JD. I don't think it was a sucker punch. So let's say, for example, me and somebody else gets into a beef. I have my friends with me. I push him. People try to intervene. And then he tries to come running back. I would be appreciative of my boy slapping him up. I can't lie. I don't think it was a sucker punch. Fabio Wardley chose aggression. And listen, man, when you choose aggression, you have to be aware of all threats. He had his boys with him. What did he expect? I don't think it was a sucker punch. I can't lie. Plus, he charged like directly at the guy. I love it, bro, Cop End. I love it. I like real beef. I like real animosity. I do. I like it. It gets me going. Yeah, same. Yeah, exactly, G-Man. Hopefully there's no fine. No fine, sorry. Bro, listen, man. Adelaide's about it, man. You can tell from the guy's energy. You can tell. Whereas Fabio seems like a nice guy, he seems a little naive in regards to that side of things outside of boxing. He fucked around and he found out, basically. But I love the fight virtuoso. To me, it's made it that much better. There's something about domestic UK fights when there's a bit of grudge, when there's a bit of drama. There's something about it. I like it, man. I love it. There's not enough of those sort of fights these days. But yeah, maybe he did. In all seriousness, maybe he did. Maybe Adelaide did. But listen, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. See, I kind of like Adelaide I like his attitude. I do like his attitude. He entertains me for some reason. I don't know why. I feel like he's one of those guys who's pretty cool, but when you cross him, and that's it. One of those sort of guys. I quite like him. He's quite fun to watch. Maybe Garrett, maybe it is, but I just feel he's one of those guys. Some people have short fuses. Some people take disrespect to a different level where they will start swinging. I think we all have those lines as men where we all draw a certain line, and sometimes some guys draw the lines much earlier than others. It's a great fight. I wouldn't call it a super fight, Jay's Boxing Universe, in terms of money, in terms of viewership per se. Well, in Japan it would do big numbers, but I get what you're saying. In terms of quality, it's a super fight. And by the way, I may favor Junto Nakatani. Nakatani is a serious fighter. He's like 5'7" at super flyweight. He's tall, he's rangy, southpaw, can box, can punch, can counter, lovely feet, does all the basics well. He's a good fighter. He's a good fighter. One to keep an eye out for, no doubt. Big up Rem. I think England will do what we do. We'll qualify, but once we're in the tournament, I have no faith in Gareth Southgate picking the right team, the right formation, the right tactics, the right style. England, for generations, we have overhyped our players. We've had good players. We've had good individuals. Don't get me wrong, but we've overhyped our players a lot. I think right now England are in our golden generation. We genuinely have some super talented players, but we've got a really pragmatic, negative manager in Gareth Southgate. He's not going to get the best out of those guys. We need a better manager. Gareth Southgate is not it. He's not it. We've got a good team. We have good young players. We have talented players. But Gareth Southgate, he's not utilising it. We've got a lot of technical players, a lot of attacking threats, but Gareth doesn't utilise it. He'll pack the midfield with loads of DMs, shithouses like Jordan Henderson. I don't think we need to play that negatively, to tell you the truth, but there you go. I don't like Gareth Southgate. I like a lot of our players, but as long as we have Southgate, I don't think we win. Good fight. Mario Barrios versus Ugas. I'd probably pick Ugas. Yeah, when you go charging in, JD, you have to expect a punch. You have to. Yeah, De La Hoya Vargas is a great example. That was good beef. Yeah, De La Hoya versus Mayorga as well. Yeah, I felt he lost that fight also, by the way. But I still believe, despite that fight, Zoma, I still believe he's got a better technical foundation in comparison to Fabio Wardley. And I think Adelaide can get better. I think he has got a bit better as well. It happens in every aspect of society, Mike. I get what you're saying, but it just happens, right? It just happens. You know? It's one of those things. It's one of those things. And it's only the law of the land that keeps it from happening. That keeps it happening a lot more than it would. It's only the law of the land. I mean, if there was no law, I'd be a lot more violent than I am, because I'm not violent at all. But I think if anybody gets disrespected, if you're a man, I think your natural inclination would be to fuck them up by any means, right? Maybe that's just me, but in my mind, I'd love to fuck people up, but I don't want to go to prison. I think Barrios has a chance because Ugas is old, but Ugas is better. He's bigger. He's stronger. I take Ugas. I think Ugas is better overall. Yeah, bro, Chisora gets around like a bad smell. Chisora gets around like a bad smell. He's like herpes. He won't go away. He's everywhere. I agree, Rem. I just like people who are genuine. I don't think if you spoke to Adelaide outside of like the boxing world, I think you get the same guy. I don't get that impression from Fabio Wardley. I like watching Wardley fight. I think he's exciting, but I just like Adelaide more personally. Month by month, Ryan. As of right now, On the other channel, YouTube have been coming down hard. So yeah, not as much, but I'm still getting a little penny. You know, decent sort of. It's money I can put aside, kind of money. It's good. It's solid. It's okay. I'm better off with it than without it. Put it that way. So for my videos, I'm actually in front of a camera using a lavalier mic. So do you think Audacity would be good for me? You could dub both up, yeah. Audacity could still... I don't know, actually. I'd probably stick to one take. If you're doing, like, recording yourself at the same time, I think one take is the best. Because, yeah, well... See, I have no experience with that sort of content, so I can't really advise. It's a hard one. Yeah, let me know. Once you've done a few videos, Jay's Boxing Universe, let me know, bro. I'll subscribe, obviously, and I'll try and push you out there. Yeah, Southgate does not pick in-form players. He just picks his favourites. Rashford was on form during the World Cup. He should have started. I agree. And I'm not a big fan of Rashford either, Jazz. But for the way England wanted to play, he kind of made sense. Because England, with Southgate, he's kind of negative. He wants to soak up pressure, then counter. Rashford would suit that system. He would. Yeah. Yeah, Southgate, Harry Kane, neither are leaders. Yeah, Harry Kane's definitely not a leader. He's a very good player, but he's not a leader. The WBC will give him more time, Taylor. They'll give him more time. Adelaide's the better boxer, but Fabio hits much harder. Maybe, Zoma, maybe. The one thing I'd say, Zoma, there's been certain Wardley fights that, to me, look very suspect. Very, very suspect. That's all I'll say. What's up, Bruce? How you doing, bro? Big up to Bruce. I think Shakur Stevenson beats Frank Martin quite comfortably. I think Frank Martin's a good fighter. He's a solid fighter. Nothing more, nothing less. I think Shakur has a much more higher ceiling. I think he's further developed. Frank Martin started boxing quite late at 17. And considering he's only boxed for 10 years, Frank Martin's done a very good job when you look at it in context. But I see him as being a fair way behind Shakur Stevenson. I think Shakur will totally outbox him, possibly even stop him late. Frank Martin, he needs to be aggressive. He's got the tendency to try and sit back, box and counter. We saw in his last fight, he got outworked when he tried that. He had to switch it up and become more aggressive to win that fight. He needs to start that way this time. He needs to be aggressive. He needs to be aggressive. He needs to be progressive. He needs to take the initiative. He can't box with Shakur. It's just that simple. Did you see Mark knock out Conor McGregor's sparring partner? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Albanian box. Oh yeah, Marku. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Who would you pick? Eubank Jr. and Billy Joe Saunders if they had a rematch. Eubank. I think Billy is pretty much done. He's been out for so long. I think he just wants a payday. Big up to Nigel, man. Big up to Nigel. I don't know about third best player. Kane is over him. Foden is over him. Grealish is over him. I like technical players. Bellingham is over him. There's a few who I think are more key to England. To be real with you, I think there's more. Even like a guy like Kyle Walker. I think Kyle Walker's more integral than a Rashford. John Stones, excellent player. Yeah, do you like that Moses Italma? Sounds like he's given up on breaking Tyson's record. He's going to be growing over the next few years. Mike was a man at 15. Yeah, me and G-Man were kind of speaking about him yesterday. I like Moses Italma, but it's too early to tell. He's 18 years old. He's very young. I like his fluidity. I like the way he throws combinations. I like the way he moves. I think there's a base there of a skilled fighter. I think he's got raw potential, but he needs a lot longer. I also like his mentality, how he comes across. He seems to be very honest. I like the fact that he displayed disappointment when he couldn't get his last two guys out of there. Even though they were tough journeymen who barely never get stopped, I like the fact that he was disappointed. I like the fact he wasn't deluded. At 18 years old, that's quite impressive. I think he's got his head screwed on. We may start doing panels soon as a ball. We may start doing panels soon, bro. Yeah, maybe, bro. Yeah. Also, the latte fight was weird as well, man. Football question, but what have you made of Spurs lately and their new manager, Big Ange? Yeah, they've started really well. James Maddison, absolute baller, technical wizard, left foot, right foot. He can take set pieces. Great first touch, great vision, great interplay. He can finish. He can assist. Excellent player, technical player. Man United fans, I'm a Man United fan, our fan base loves to gas up a guy like Bruno Fernandes, who has very limited technical ability. Yeah, he gets a few good numbers here and there, but technical ability-wise, he's quite poor. I don't think he's a high IQ player. Maddison is that. Maddison is an excellent player. He really is an excellent player. I like watching him. I do. Yeah, I can't see it, Rem. I can't see Frank Martin beating Shakur. No idea who dropped him, but does this raise concerns about Fabio's chin if he's getting dropped by a road warrior and not a pro fighter? When I read Cop End that the guy who dropped him is a PFL fighter, so like an MMA guy. I don't know who he is. That's what I read, but how true it is, I don't know. What do I think of Jared Anderson? Very green, athletically gifted, but he's got a long way to go. I'm not buying the hype of him being the next heavyweight champion or anything like that. There's some talent there, but he needs a lot of seasoning. A lot of seasoning. That's a great shout. See, that's a great shout. Jermaine Franklin versus Daniel Dubois. That's a good shout. That's a good comeback fight. I get you, Nigel, in terms of stats. In terms of stats, yeah, cool. But technical ability, listen, you're not staying in a Pep Guardiola team if you're shit. You're not. Those guys bring something to the table. They are technically gifted. They hold onto the ball. They create space for others. They do things that stats don't always indicate. Whereas Rashford, yeah, Rashford can do what he did against Arsenal for the first goal. Well, the only goal we scored. He's great. He can be great on the counter. He can be, and he can pull off a finish like that. But 9 times out of 10, Rashford's decision-making is poor. He's a low IQ player. He's got a bad first touch. He's got bad hold-up play. He doesn't really bring others into play. I think he's selfish. He's poor at link-up. I don't think Rashford is a good technical footballer. I think he's a great athlete. He's got a great strike. Good pace. Aside from that, I don't think he's a great footballer. I really don't. The thing is now in the modern age of football, stats, GA, goals and assists dictates everything. I'd much rather have Jack Grealish in my team. Much rather. Yeah, I think that fight will happen though, Jay's Boxing Universe. I think Isaac versus Tank will happen. He definitely has some sort of social debilitation, Daniel Dubois, I would say. Zoma. Any chance you'll cover KSI versus Tommy Fury? Nah, bro. Nah, no chance. No chance. Unless something crazy happens, no chance. Bellingham is a complete midfielder. Again, so this is interesting because Bellingham, he has the physical attributes of like a guy like Rashford. He's strong. He's relatively quick for a central midfielder. He's quite big, you know. He's got those physical attributes, but Bellingham is a great ball carrier. He's got a good first touch. He's comfortable. He's got good vision. He can carry out a variety of positions. I think Jude Bellingham is a generational player. Possibly one of the best talents England have produced for the last 20 years, maybe. The fact he's gone to Real Madrid and started the way he started is pretty impressive. Real Madrid is the biggest pressure cooker in football, bar none. Not close. One bad game and they're booing you. And he's taken to that like a duck to water. Jude Bellingham, box to box. He can attack. He can defend. He can tackle. He can pass. He can run with the ball. He can mark. Complete midfielder. Excellent player. Excellent player. He's a very good player, man. Very good player. Yeah, facts, Albanian boxer. That'll be a good fight. I'd like to see it as well. Shakur versus Loma. United must be frustrating to watch, Dale. Same with my team. You were unlucky in the Arsenal game. I listen, there's a lot of United fans making excuses. And I get it. You know, the offside goal was millimeters. And yeah, but like Arsenal created for better chances. We played okay until the goal got disallowed. We played quite well. But ultimately, it's our heads dropped and you won. You created more chances. The notion that United were kind of robbed is bullshit, in my opinion. See, back in the day, as a football fan, I used to play that game, make excuses, but I'll just be real with it now. Arsenal won the game. They deserved it. Yeah, exactly, waved. Like, boxers now are too cookie cutter. Too dull, too boring. Yeah, give me an Adelaide. Well, they tried to make out, Slime, that it wasn't an exhibition, but basically it is. Let's be real. Which generation of England you'd say is more overhyped? The Gerrard Rooney generation or the Rashford Rice generation? Gerrard Rooney generation. Because I think those players individually were all world class. Lampard, Gerrard, Rooney, Terry, Ferdinand, Ashley Cole. All of these individuals were world class. You saw it in Champions League season after Champions League season. They were world class players, but they couldn't get the balance right. The biggest mistake we made back then was playing Gerrard and Lampard centre midfield. It's either one or the other. Paul Scholes had to have started. Because, again, I go back to it. Technically, from a technical standpoint, ignore goals, ignore assists, Paul Scholes was on a different level to both Gerrard and Lampard. He was. He was. There's a reason guys like Xavi always talk about Paul Scholes. Anderson should fight Joseph Parker. That's a good fight for him. Not a big puncher, but he's got a good chin. And would be a good test. Yeah, he's experienced, former heavyweight champion. I would like that fight, bro. I would like it. It's a good fight, JD. Again, Dubois, aside from like having two major step-ups where he's fell short, who's he really beat? What's his real level? We don't really know. So I'd like to see. I think that's a great fight. Yeah, that Zerka guy is a fucking grifter. He's funny, like you said. He is funny, but he is a grifter. He's just using like Christianity to try and sell a grift, but the guy's a cokehead. He's an absolute degenerate. It is what it is. Oh, yeah, no doubt. Tommy Fury's built like a freak. Do you see mental fragility in Jalalov, or is it just me? I felt like he was bullying amateurs at the Olympics, and he all but gave up against Joyce in Rio 2016. Yeah, I've speculated this in a few videos. I like his skills. He's tall, he's long, he's powerful, southpaw. He moves well. but he does seem a little susceptible to pressure, and I'm not convinced on his gas tank. I like his skills, but it's more than just skills. It's more than just skills. I like Marku as a character, Albert London. I like Marku as a character. How far he goes is unknown, but he's entertaining to me. I like him. Prime for prime, Shannon Briggs versus Deontay Wilder. I would take Wilder, but Briggs is dangerous early. Very dangerous early on. Nah, not interested, Albanian boxer, in that fight. Bro, I'm telling you, bro, we need to get on a fucking social crusade. Launch a social media movement, boycott Bellew. We need to start a movement. We'll start with Tony Bellew, bro. That's the main fucking objective of said restructured DAZN commentary. Boycott Bellew. Get rid of him. Trash fight. Not interested. Waved. Red catches a journeyman. And I don't mean journeyman. I'll take that back. He's a quitter. Journeyman are tough. Journeyman come to fight. Red catch is a quitter. Fuck that guy. Not interested. Yeah, but there's some people, Zoma, who are triggered by it. You can't call a pro fighter a bum. Well, any other aspect of life. If somebody's lazy, if somebody's slacking, if somebody's not pulling their weight, what do you call them? A bum. That's what a bum means. It means you're lazy. That's all it means. Is Dave Allen not lazy? He's a bum. It's not about ability, like I said. I would never call Kamil Sakalovsky a bum. And he's got more losses than wins. But guess what? He always tries. He always comes in shape. It's about application. It's about effort. That's all you can do as a person. That's all you can do as a man. If you can look yourself in the mirror at the end of the day and say to yourself, I've worked hard, I've put all I can in, then you should be able to go to bed happy. That's how I look at the world. It's about application. It's about that spirit. It's about continuing. It's about perseverance, working when you don't want to. That jazz. Life's become overcomplicated by all of these gurus and these snake oil salesmen who say you've got to be rich, you've got to be this, you've got to be that. But we see how these guys move. We see how these guys operate. Fruity as hell. Questionable origin stories. These guys are just what they are. They're plants. It is what it is. All you can do is try hard. Try as hard as you can. Put the work in. And where you fall is where you fall. And also, aside from that, see, I'm not like strictly religious. I believe in God, but I don't follow any organized religion. But all the scripture says, beware of false idols. Beware of false idols. Beware of false prophets. I feel that's a trap in which many people are falling into. And when you're not chasing, or when you're not trying to please something that's bigger than yourself, I believe your perseverance is that much less. I believe your ability to persevere is that much less. I believe your ability to endure is that much less. If your main motivation in life is to please somebody else or to obtain physical goods, you're not as strong as somebody who believes in something bigger than themselves. You're not. You're going to fall short every time. You're going to fall short. But, we live in an age now where I don't think it's the fact that when you look at the Western world now and you see how degenerate it is, you see how everybody's out for themselves. We live in an utterly selfish society where people will humiliate, victimize others for a few clicks. People will always say, well, it's a lack of religion. That's what's took us to this point, because religion teaches structure, morals, etc. I think that's part of it, but I don't think it's the reason in which they say. I don't believe it's because religion teaches morals, structure, etc. I believe it's because you're worshipping something higher than yourself. You're giving yourself up to something that's higher than yourself. You know, you're not your own world. You're not the king of your world. You're not God, so to speak. And that's the thing with atheism. And when you don't believe in anything other than yourself, other than science, you're always gonna have that much less strength. That's what I believe. That's what I know. That's what I know. I've seen it. I've seen it time and time again. But I've been, listen, that was a random rant. I do apologise. The 286 project. Enjoying your content. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you, my brother. Thank you very much. I agree, Zoma. 100% agree. Conor Benn is a spoilt rich kid with a victim complex. Facts. Yep. Yeah, basically he's Homer Simpson, bro. He is Homer Simpson, IRL. That's what he is. Yeah, Bellew has to go. Yeah, he does. He does have to go. Not particularly, no. I don't think he does. He tries in terms of like the physical attributes, but I think he gets himself in shape. He'll cut weight, things like that. But bro, again, the guy is what he is, man. He's just using his mouth to get where he is. He's using his mouth to get where he is. He's not switched things up. He's not tried to improve his skills. He's just trying to capitalize on his 5 minutes of fame. That's really it. You know, just relying on degeneracy to get where he is, basically. Good job on the Dave Allen video. Loved every bit of it. Well, thank you, man. Potentially crazy D3, but he always appears that way anyway. He always kind of looks. He always kind of. He always kind of. He's always a bit on the edge. Just maybe that sort of guy. I want to be rich, but rich like Pacquiao, and give out money to poor people. It would be nice to make a difference. It would be nice to make a difference, but ultimately, I think the only real true way of making a difference is to influence people more so than necessarily give them money. I think it's to influence people. But, you know, then that is down to perception. Whether that person's influence is right or not, who knows? Paul Scholes was an animal at centre mid. Yeah, great player, man. Great player. Baller. Homer did have more heart than Dave Allen. One thing I will say about Dave Allen, when he's in the ring, he can take a bit of punishment. He does have a good chin. I will give him that, but yeah, aside from that, the compliments are short, but they're not there. Yeah, well, listen, man, as I said, Conor Benn, we'll see what he does next. We'll see. The reality is he's going to fight again, whether people like it or not. And people are going to be very interested. That's the truth. The Eubank fight is that much bigger. With all the controversy, the drugs, Eubank losing, then winning. The fight's a lot bigger. The fight is a lot bigger. And the only thing I would say, I said it in a video, I'll say it again. This is where Eubank's management are going to prove their worth. Because Chris Eubank Jr. is in much better public standing than Conor Benn. Conor Benn failed the drug test twice first time around. Obviously, that was a big outrage to normie boxing fans. But one thing the failed drug tests highlighted were the clauses to debilitate Chris Eubank Jr., the catch weight and the rehydration clause. They became a big talking point. And for once, normie boxing fans realised how wrong they were, how detrimental they were to fighter safety and to getting the best product as fans. If I'm Chris Eubank Jr., if I'm his team, going into these negotiations, I say straight up, there will be no rehydration, there will be no catch weight. If you try, maybe something gets leaked to the press. Maybe we leak to the press that they're trying to drain Chris Eubank Jr., they're trying to get him down to a catch weight, because Conor Benn's PR is in the mud. If I'm Chris Eubank Jr., if I'm his team, I would try to take advantage of it. It's at 160, no rehydration clause. Eubank's got enough cards to play that. It's how smart his team is. It's how smart his team is, really. That's what it's going to come down to. And by the way, if Eubank is at 160 and can rehydrate, he is going to fuck Conor Benn up. He's going to smash him up. He'll fuck him up. Conor Benn's a midget. Conor Benn's a midget. He's getting fucked up. I'm telling you. The only way Conor Benn beats Chris Eubank Jr. is by implementing clauses that debilitate him. Rehydration clauses, etc. That's the only way. That's the only way. Yeah, facts, Omar. Good. Okay, this is an interesting comment. People need to stop being hypocrites. Benn got caught by having extra voluntary testing. The two tests were the same substance. Had he been on a Queensbury or Boxer card, he wouldn't have popped. That's not the issue, though, Freddie. That's not the issue. Eddie Hearn, again, he's insistent, or Matchroom are insistent of having extra VADA testing. Cool. Sounds great on paper. But. For example, if you believe, let's say, for example, the roles were reversed and it was Chris Eubank Jr. who popped, that fight would have been postponed straight away. That's the truth. That's the reality. Just like when Dillian Whyte was. Just like when Dillian Whyte was. When he popped against AJ, fight off. No question. Fight off. When Dillian fought, Oscar Rivas failed a VADA test. Let's the fight continue. It's an insurance policy, bro. Additional VADA testing is only to make sure the B side is clean. Or at least attempting to make sure the B side is clean. That's all it's for. It's not about ensuring a fair fight or anything like that. If it was, he would have pulled the Conor Benn fight. He would have pulled the Oscar Rivas fight. He never did. Never did. But he pulled when Dillian Whyte failed against AJ straight away. Straight away pulled it. It's weaponized, bro. It's weaponized drug testing. That's what it is. It's always been that. That's what it is. That's what I believe. It's weaponized drug testing. Again, I don't think anybody here believes if it was Chris Eubank Jr. who popped that fight. Nobody believes they will try to keep that fight on. Let's just be honest here. Let's stop fucking about. Let's be honest. If it was Chris Eubank Jr. who popped, that fight gets called off straight away, no questions asked. That's the truth. That's the truth. Additional VADA testing is a sham. It's weaponized drug testing. It's to ensure the B side has a harder time juicing, while the A side has more scope. Even if he fails, he may be able to fight, as we saw with Dillian against Rivas, as they tried with Conor Benn versus Eubank. That's how I see it. That's how I see it. I don't like either guy, to be honest with you. Oh, that's a great shout. Lewandowski versus Shevchenko. Who would you have as a striker? Oh, God, that's a hard one. That's a hard one. I feel like Lewandowski's had a longer prime, but I preferred the way Shevchenko played, to be real. Having said that, I think maybe Lewandowski gives you more in terms of all-round play aside from goals. But I just preferred Shevchenko. Oh yeah, facts, Zoma. Yeah, all of these guys are juicing. Certain guys just have more protection than others. Yeah, Shevchenko AC Milan days, like first decade of the 2000s, unreal. Great player, KG. Great player. Bro, football peaked. Football peaked late 90s, early 2000s. That's when football peaked. There were so many ballers. So many ballers. You know, even outside the likes of Zidane, Ronaldinho, Fat Ronaldo, even outside those guys, Alessandro Del Piero, bad boy striker. Bad boy striker. Clarence Seedorf, unbelievable midfielder. Pavel Nedved, great player. There were so many ballers back then who had unique styles, great to watch. It feels like there were more world-class players back then than there is now. Like, you could watch Pavel Nedved play. That's such a great player to watch. So Pirlo, orchestrator in midfield, wonderful range of passing, man. Excellent player. Raul from Madrid, great player. Guti, unbelievable midfielder. Fucking Maldini, Cafu, Roberto Carlos. Bro, Rivaldo gets overlooked so much. Rivaldo was a bad boy player. Excellent player. People forget about these guys, man. They were ballers, bro. Absolute ballers. People forget about these guys, though. People forget. It feels like back in the day that there were so many world-class players. Maybe it's a nostalgia thing, but I don't think it is. I don't think it is, bro. Yeah, Jan Koller, he played in Germany. I think he may have played for Cologne, maybe, or Mönchengladbach, someone like that. Sebastian Veron was a good player. Yeah, he flopped in England, but bro, for Argentina, excellent player. Lazio, excellent player. Who else was there back in the day? I loved the AC Milan team. Like Dida, Nesta, Pirlo, fucking Cafu, Shevchenko. Excellent team. Kaka. Bro, when we played Milan 06-07, I was at the game at Old Trafford when he fucking bodied us. He bodied us, bro. Kaka, I think it was April 07. I think it was the Champions League semi-finals or quarterfinals, one of the two. Kaka at Old Trafford, 07, bro. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The way he carried the ball. He could glide with the ball, man. It was unbelievable. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant player. Brilliant player. Conor Benn won't beat Eubanks. He'll get knocked out, as you say. He pulled the AJ fight because the furore over the Benn fight, bro. Disagree with on your view. No, that's fair enough, Freddie. Yeah, I'm sure there was some PR there. I'm sure there is a PR perspective, but there's no doubt about that. But if he felt he could get away with it, he would let it go. Like, if it was his fighter and he could get it to continue, he would, but vice versa, no. Yeah, Guti was a great player. Guti was a great player. Yeah, there is, bro. Do you know what it is, KG? To me, there's just players these days. There's very good players. I'm not saying like they're bums. I'm not saying that. They're world class players, but players back then just had a swagger about them. They actually entertained. Like if you watched Barcelona 0405, yeah, you was watching Barcelona, but you was watching Ronaldinho. One of my favourite games was Barcelona versus Chelsea, 0405 Champions League. Chelsea won in the end, but it was an unbelievable game. When Ronaldinho was on the edge of the box, ball stationary, he was like jinking and jiving and toe punted it from like 22 yards. Excellent goal, man. Excellent goal. Football was just better then, bro. It was better then. I'd say Prime Klitschko beats Prime AJ. Yeah, as a United fan, bro, Dennis Bergkamp was a bad boy footballer. Unbelievable player. Unbelievable player. Henri again. Henri, another player. At the time, when I was coming up, I hated Henri because he played for Arsenal and he terrorised us, to be honest. But Henri, bad boy player. Thierry Henry, probably the best player I've seen in the flesh. I've never seen Messi. I have seen Ronaldo, Cristiano, but that was 08, the last time I saw Ronaldo. And Ronaldo was great then. And overall, Ronaldo had a better career than Henri. But when I saw Henri, bro, bad boy player. Unbelievable player. Always liked the Lazio 2000 team. Simeone, Nesta, Nedved, Lopez, Crespo, great team, bro. Yeah, Sven-Goran Eriksson wasn't he manager? Pretty certain. That's the issue, bro. That's something else that annoys me about football. Yeah, back in the day, early 2000s, all of the Euro leagues were more watchable than today. The players were amazing. Serie A had something. Yeah, bro, Serie A back in the day was such a good league. Like even like the likes of Roma, Lazio, etc. had very good players. Francesco Totti, man, unbelievable player. I just feel like the level of talent now. I just think what it is, it's a change in football. The type of players are now changing. I believe football now are prioritizing athletes over ballers. I think that's what it is. So for like Rashford is the perfect example to me. Yes, he can be very effective. He can. We saw that last season. The type of goal he scored last week against Arsenal shows what Rashford can do. But it's all athleticism, it's all pace, it's all power. There's not any real technical ability there. Rashford's technical ability is quite poor. Rashford, 20 years ago, wouldn't get in any top team, in my opinion. In my opinion. I don't think he would. I don't think he would. And I'm not trying to undermine Rashford. I'm a United fan. But I've just got to be real with it. I like Rashford as a person. Comes across as a nice guy. And I'm not saying he's a shit player, by the way, either. What he does well. But if we're talking about technical ability, he's average. Very average. Yeah, yeah, Ronaldinho was a fucking great player. Unbelievable player. Yeah, Fury's a fucking clown at evil. Fury's a... Robert Pires, as a United fan back in the day growing up, Robert Pires was probably my favourite player outside of United. I loved watching Robert Pires play. Like Pires on one side, Freddie Ljungberg on the other. Yeah, that Arsenal team were bad boy. Great team. Van Persie was a great player. His last couple of seasons at Arsenal and his first season at United, he was one of the best strikers in the world. Technically unbelievable. Great first touch, great left foot, great positioning, technically superb, great striker of the ball. He could score all sorts of goals inside the area, penalties, outside the box, headers, left foot, right foot. Van Persie was a great player. But like you said, it was when he was healthy. He got injured too much. Yeah, facts crazy. Facts crazy, D3. Yeah, people go through 14 years of secular education. It's no wonder this society worships their own desires. And like I said earlier, bro, all scripture tells us about that, no matter what religion. It's beware of beware of false prophets, beware of false idols. And those false prophets, those false idols, in my opinion, they don't always have to come in human form. You see a lot of people look up to celebrities, boxers, athletes, etc. That's always bad. But a lot of people look up to superficial things like money or social media fame, this, that, and the third. It's always going to end in one direction. I always liked the Czech team of that time. Nevdia, Milan Baros, yeah. Vladimir Schmitzer, Thomas Rosicki, yeah. They were a good team. They were a good team. But like it's like Croatia now. Like Croatia like recently had a really good team. And for such a small country, they produced so many good players. But I think in the next few years, you'll start to see Croatia start to fall behind a little bit. Maybe similar to Czech Republic. If Wilder was a footballer, he'd have awful ball control, awful dribbling, awful passing, but he'd have 10 out of 10 finishing with 10 out of 10 shot power. Basically, yeah. Bro, I loved Dimitar Berbatov at United, bro. Berbatov at the time. Berbatov at the time actually divided a lot of United fans because at the time we had, when Berbatov came, his first season, we had Berbatov, Rooney, Ronaldo, and Tevez. Unbelievable. And people always kind of viewed Berbatov as the lesser. I always loved watching Berbatov play. Loved watching him play. Again, baller, first touch, nonchalant, swagger. Do you know what I mean? Played like he had a cigar in his mouth. That's the sort of player I like. I like technical players. Guys who go there and it looks like they don't really give a fuck. Zidane is the ultimate for me. Zinedine Zidane, baller. Absolute fucking baller. I don't care. Zidane was fucking amazing. First touch on point. Range of passing on point. Vision on point. Positioning on point. Clutch moments on point. Zinedine Zidane, incredible player. Incredible. Yeah, Van Persie volley against Charlton. And for United, the Rooney ball over the top and the volley he scored against Villa to win us the title. Bro, the last title we won, we had Van Persie. Unbelievable. Yeah, Robinho was a good player, but like you said, wasted talent. There's a lot of like Brazilians like that though. For me, the ultimate wasted talent from Brazil was Adriano. 0405 with Inter Milan. Adriano looked like the next original Ronaldo. Quick, strong, pacey, powerful, unbelievable shot power, technically good, great player. But injuries, bad lifestyle, too much too young got to him. But Adriano was great to watch. I like technical players. I do like technical players, but when you can mix technical with athleticism, like a prime fat Ronaldo, bro, there's nothing better to watch. That's why I rate Mbappe over Haaland. To me, Mbappe's clear of Haaland. To me, he's clear. He's a better footballer. He's a better footballer. So, for example, the example I would give would be, okay, so you put Mbappe in the Bournemouth team on his own with the current Bournemouth squad. He would produce a lot more moments of individual magic than Erling Haaland. Haaland would be reliant on the chances created, on service. Haaland would probably ghost in a shit team. And obviously Mbappe wouldn't do as well as he's doing at PSG or France, but he would have his moments. He would do bits still. For me, Mbappe is a much more complete player. I don't see how anybody can argue that. I've seen people argue it, but I don't get it. I would never see Haaland do what Mbappe did in the World Cup final. I know they lost in the end of the day, but like, I'd never see Haaland doing that. Erling Haaland is a great player in a great team. Basically, he's like that finishing touch. He'll take you to the next level. Unbelievable finisher, no doubt. Great player, world class. Not disputing it. As a footballer, Mbappe's better. He can play on the left. He can play through the middle. He can play on the right, left foot, right foot. He's got the athletic ability. He's got the technical ability. He can fight when the chips are down. I think Mbappe's a better player. It's not even I think. I know he's a better player. It's one of those ones. A lot of the football gen are prima donnas. For example, the current USA team is average compared to the 2000s team. I miss having a striker like Donovan, Landon Donovan, good player. Brian McBride, yeah, Fulham alumni, yeah, good player. USA, you are starting to produce better technical players now, though. Like Pulisic is not a bad player. Giovanni Reina is not a bad player. Weston McKennie, good solid central midfielder, decent player. You are producing a better, slowly but surely, USA are producing better players. And I didn't think you guys looked that bad in the previous World Cup. I don't think you did that bad. You played pretty well against us. You played pretty well against Holland. Oh, yeah, Lukaku's a bum. And thank you, Freddie, man. Thank you. Yeah, those were the days, Freddie, when we had Ronaldo, Rooney, Tevez, Berbatov. Those were the days. Indeed, Zoma. Yeah, people take it way too seriously. Yeah, Rivaldo was a great player, man. Great player. Yeah, that Brazil team of... Brazil, though, Brazil have struggled recently, man. Brazil have struggled recently. They've kind of had like that England vibe about them since they last won the World Cup. A lot of talented players, but it's never really come off. Like, I like Neymar. Like Neymar, for example. I like Neymar. I like the way he plays football. And he's the type of player I do like because he's technical. He's intricate. But there's something missing about Neymar. I can't put my finger on it. There was always something missing about Neymar. Because he had all the ability in the world, Neymar. All the ability in the world. But something missing. Thoughts on the Ten Hag Sancho's business? It's a hard one as a United fan. So for me, it's a mess from start to finish, right? I don't think Ten Hag should have put it out in the public, personally. That's an error on his part. But people defending Sancho are clapped. Like, bro, Sancho's been crap for us since we've had him. He's got no heart. He's got no bottle. Cowardly, ducks out of tackles, ducks out of challenges, ducks out of 50-50s. I know Antony is shit. I get it. But at least he works hard. They're both shit, but Antony works hard. So I'd always play Antony over Sancho. At least he gives you something defensively. Sancho's a coward, in my opinion. The typical modern-day footballer. He's got ability. He's got more ability than most players in our squad. But he's a coward. Absolute coward. Yeah, I want rid of Sancho personally. But as for Ten Hag, I don't like the way he's handled it. Manchester United right now have a lot going on outside of football. And he's just added to it. For me, Ten Hag is on very thin ice. Yes, he got top 4 last season. Yes, he won a cup. So he was safe. But there were still red flags. First red flag was no style of play. No cohesive style of play. Second red flag was talent ID. Antony was a dreadful signing. And the talent ID situation was exasperated this transfer window with Mason Mount. How can you go from Frankie de Jong as your main target last season to Mason Mount? Polar opposite players. I don't trust Ten Hag in regards to recruitment right now. I don't trust Ten Hag in regards to developing a philosophy or style of play. He's on 2 strikes for me. And yeah, for me, he is on very, very, very thin ice. If we're not in and around the top 4 by November, sack him, get rid. People say, oh, it's too soon, it's too soon, it's too soon. Come on, man. That's me. Yeah, bro, but listen, United are trying to get money out of Mason Greenwood. We'll try and sell him. That's why we've loaned him out. If we just wanted rid of him, we'd have got rid of him on a free. Yeah, even goalkeepers were different back then. Casillas, Buffon, Van der Sar, Khan. Yeah, bro. Yeah. Facts. Bro, but yeah, he was lazy. Berbatov, man, he just had that swagger about him. Great player, man. Great player. Yeah, I think it is in the States. The best Mexican fighter right now, my favorite Mexican fighter is Navarrete, but number 1, you'd have to say Canelo. Yeah, that was crazy, JD. When Germany beat Brazil 7-1, yeah, that's crazy. You're probably right, Garrett. There's too many prima donnas now. There's too many prima donnas. Far too many prima donnas. Do you know another player I really liked back in the day? Rui Costa. Like, that Portugal team had some bad boy players as well. Rui Costa, Luis Figo. Bro, that team was good as well. That team was good as well. They had some players. They had some players, man. I remember Euro 2004 when they beat us. I was 9. How old was I? Euro 2004. I was 10 years old. Euro 2004. And I was convinced we was going to win that tournament. I really was, as a 10-year-old. And even looking back now, I feel we should have won it. I really feel we should have won that tournament. I really do, man. If we beat Portugal, I was so upset when we lost that. When Rooney went off, because Rooney got injured. Bro, I was so devastated. I was so devastated. Because Michael Owen scored the first goal, and shortly after, Rooney got injured. Rooney was bad boy in that tournament, though. Just announced himself. Rooney gets so much... I don't give a fuck. Rooney gets so much disrespect. Rooney was a great player. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Wayne Rooney, bro, unbelievable player. Tremendous work rate. Tremendous work rate. He had a great range of passing. You know, could score some bad boy goals. He's a great player, man. The thing with Rooney, one thing I think that really hindered Rooney in regards to how he's viewed now, Wayne Rooney was almost too unselfish. He was such a team player. Like, if our midfield was getting swamped, Rooney would drop in and try to get the ball and make something happen. He was too unselfish, Wayne Rooney. But Wayne Rooney, bad boy player. Like, people say, oh, Harry Kane's a better player than Wayne Rooney. He's a better striker than Wayne Rooney. Is he a better football player? I don't think so. I don't think so. I really don't. Clutch situation, I'd rather have Wayne Rooney than Harry Kane. And I think Harry Kane's a fucking great player. Great striker. Yeah. And Greece ends up winning it, bro. Greece. They shithoused Portugal in the final. Because Greece, that whole tournament, had a great defense, great set pieces. That was really it. They had a great team ethic, and they shocked the world. Yeah, bro. Yeah. Rooney 04 was 18 years old, and he was so good, bro. I've never seen an England player since then have that impact on a tournament. Wayne Rooney in Euro 2004 was fucking unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah, Rooney was balding too. That makes his sport accomplishments 100 times more impressive. That's a great point. Rooney is what our fans think Bruno is. Facts. Yeah, he was selfless, Rooney. And yeah, Rooney's passing skills are underrated. But had a pretty shitty first... Yeah, his first touch wasn't great, I'll be real. His first touch wasn't always great, but sometimes he could pull something out. Joe Cole was a baller. People forget how good Joe Cole was. Joe Cole was unbelievably talented. Joe Cole was very talented. Injuries, though. Injuries ruined. They ruined Joe Cole. That's a great question. Who is the Anthony Joshua of football? That's a great question. Oh, God. People are going to say David Beckham. And his fame, the fame David Beckham got, probably outmatched his football ability. But because of that, people underrate David Beckham's football ability. Beckham, again, was a baller. Beckham was a great player. One thing about Beckham that people don't appreciate, David Beckham was a hard worker, man. He would put a shift in. He could play central. He could play on the right. Unbelievable right foot, David Beckham. The partnership of him and Neville on that right side, brilliant. Yeah, basically, the first touch is basically like the jab. It's like the basics kind of thing. Reese, unpopular opinion. United's biggest mistake was sacking Van Gaal. He was genuinely building a squad. It may not have been pretty. Well, listen. I've said this before when I comment on like football YouTubers. So I watch like Rants and Bants and people like that. And I've said myself, bro, Louis van Gaal, to me, was the only manager that we've had post Fergie who seemed to try to develop a philosophy. Van Gaal, to me, looked very pragmatic but possession-based. But he never really got the time to see it through. I liked Van Gaal. I really did. His theatrics were so funny as well. Definitely, Albert. Lack of leaders in football, yeah. Yeah, Beckham was a dead ball specialist. Lovely crosses, great range of passes, hard work. He could track back. He would cover for Neville on the overlap. Good player. Good player. No, bro, Thomas Muller, one of those players, underrated as hell. Underrated. Again, great first touch, great intelligence. Thomas Muller's a great player. He started as like an out-and-out striker. He then dropped deeper, false nine. Tommy Muller's a great player, man. Tommy Muller, maybe the most underrated footballer post-2010. That's a bit of a claim. But Thomas Muller's a good player. Good player. Yeah, Kante in his prime was great, man. His energy, like you said, was great. But even technically, like, he wasn't a slouch. Very good player, man. Yeah. I agree. I agree, Premier League Kings. I agree. I think Van Gaal should have been given another year. He should have been given another year. And fair enough, if it doesn't work out, cool. But Premier League Kings, what do you think about Ten Hag? I'm interested. What do you think about Ten Hag? Because I'm kind of on the fence right now. I'm not Ten Hag out now. But to me, he's got a couple of strikes. That's just Eddie Hearn for you, Henry Williams. He'll say anything for a pound note. He'll do anything for a pound note. Yeah, I think he would do well to have a bit more self-belief, AJ. Sergio Ramos, again. I'll pull the boxing cliche. Look at Sergio Ramos's fucking resume. What, 5 Champions Leagues? 2 European Championships? A World Cup? Multiple La Ligas? Sergio Ramos is the ultimate defender. technically good. He can score goals. This guy can take penalties, by the way, Sergio Ramos. But he will take one for the team as well. Great player, man. He could read the game. Good on the ball. Sergio Ramos, unbelievable player. Unbelievable. Same with Puyol for Spain. He was a great defender. Piqué, great defender. Yeah, crazy D3. Ramos is the last of his kind. A centre-back who's a proper leader. Great player, bro. My favourite moment from his career was when he fucked up Salah in the Champions League final. It was such a veteran move when he fucked up Salah. Such a veteran move because it didn't look like a red card, but he knew what he was doing. You knew he knew what he was doing. My man pulled a fucking Chris Benoit armbar on Mo Salah and fucked his shoulder up. Sergio Ramos is the type of... This is how you know Sergio Ramos is good. When he's on the opposition team, you hate him. You can't stand him, but you would love him in your team. Ultimate shithouse. Great player, man. Great fucking player. Great fucking player. Yeah, Jarrell Miller would beat... He would always beat Char, to be honest. Every single way, every step of the way, he would always beat Char. Yeah, Di Canio, again, though, technically superb. Yeah, Sturridge had a lot of potential. That one season with Liverpool, him and Suarez were fucking great. Suarez had a lot of talent. Sorry, Sturridge had a lot of talent, but injuries, I think maybe a lack of desire. A lot of talent, though. Bro. Ramos and Pepe, probably the biggest shithouse centre-back pairing we've ever seen in football. But they were great to watch. They were great to watch. Again, if you're playing them, you fucking hate them, but you would love those guys in your team. I agree with Ten Hag on Sancho, but I don't think he should have made it public, considering everything that is going around the club right now. So yes and no. Am I the only one who thinks Daniel Dubois seems a little bit slow on the update, if you know what I mean? He seems quite dull, just to a peon in Queensbury's scheme to promote Fury. Yeah, I agree. I think Frank went in there hoping he would pull off the upset to get all the belts in-house. But yeah, it never happened. To feed to Fury, basically. Yeah, Terry was a good defender, man. People hate on John Terry, but Terry could defend, bro. John Terry could defend. He could read the game well. He wasn't like the most glamorous on the ball, like Rio Ferdinand, who I always preferred, by the way. I think Rio was better. But Terry was a good player. John Terry was a good player. That centre-back pairing of Chelsea back in the day, Terry and Carvalho, that was a good centre-back pairing. That was a good centre-back pairing. That Chelsea team of like 04, 05, 05, 06 were a gnarly team. They were a great team. Chelsea are probably Jose Mourinho's Chelsea, the original Jose Mourinho Chelsea team, probably one of the most unlikable teams in football history in the Premier League. But looking back, man, I do admire that team. Frankie Lampard, Claude Makelele, John Terry, Carvalho, Petr Cech, Drogba, Benn, Damien Duff. Bro, that team was bad boy, man. That was a great team. because they had ability, but they had that shithouse vibe about them. They could shithouse you very easily. You could dominate them, and then they'd win 1-0. They would kick you off the park. They could outplay you. Just a really good team. Really, really good team. Yeah, the fact that fucking Char is still about now and getting fights of consequence goes to show where boxing's at. It goes to show what a fast boxing is, really, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, Christopher Lovejoy buzzed. He caught him a couple of times. Yeah, Terry was good. John Terry was good. Daniel Dubois is like Frank Bruno, but with less heart and personality, yeah. Frank Bruno was likable. Whereas there's nothing there with Daniel Dubois. There's just nothing there. But yeah, they are kind of similar to a degree. But Frank Bruno had heart as well. Frank Bruno had a bit of heart. Oh yeah, I agree, Henry. Yeah, Fury versus Ngannou. Yeah, I think it will do okay though, bro, because casuals are stupid. It'll do okay. I don't think it's going to flop. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. I don't know, but I think it will do okay. Yeah, Maurizio Sulaiman is what he is. He's a fucking greedy bastard. He is what he is. Greedy, greedy, greedy bastard. Eden Hazard, yeah. Eden Hazard was lazy. That's been well documented in regards to like training and things like that. But Eden Hazard, when Messi and Ronaldo were head to head in their primes, to me, Eden Hazard was the best of the rest. I never felt Eden Hazard really pushed on to that next level, though. Hazard on his day was unbelievable to watch. Unbelievable to watch. Hazard was a great player. Because of the Madrid fucking situation, people forget how good Hazard was. Like Hazard, he was a bit inconsistent, I get it, but Hazard on his day was unplayable. Quick, intricate, great touch, great ball control, great dribbler, left, right, finisher, could score great goals, could score solo goals, tap-ins. Great player, man. Great player. Prime for prime, so the best AJ versus the best Frank Bruno, probably AJ late. I think Bruno gives AJ a lot of trouble with his jab, but I'd probably take AJ late. Yeah, the WBA regular belt keeps on coming back, bro, like fucking herpes. Nah, I'm not a Formula One guy. I'm not a Formula One guy. My brother is, but nah, I've never really been into it. I've played a couple of the games, but I've never been into like watching the actual sport, so to speak. Ribery over Hazard in terms of consistency. Yeah, maybe, yeah. You can make the argument. You can make the argument. I think in terms of natural talent, Hazard was better. But yeah, you can make that argument. I liked Robben and Ribery. I liked that Bayern team was sick. That Bayern team was sick. That was one of my favourite Champions League finals. Bayern versus Dortmund. I think it was 2013, maybe. That was one of my favourite Champions League finals. It was just a really good game. Really, really good game. The scoreline doesn't reflect it. It was 2-1, I think. But the game itself was really good. Really, really good. Oh yeah, Courtois is a great goalkeeper. Yeah, Courtois is good, very good. Nah, nobody's unbeatable. Nobody's unbeatable. That's a great question. Who are you picking, Hazard or Bale? They're two players I like a lot. They're two players I like a lot. See, it's a weird one. So I think Hazard is more naturally talented. Bale was more athletically gifted. Both guys had their issues. So Bale was kind of injury prone. Hazard was kind of lazy. I think Hazard was a better player. But I will say, if I was 1-0 down in a Champions League final, I would rather have Bale. Bale was kind of clutch. Bale was kind of clutch. Like the Champions League final goal he scored against Liverpool. People forget how good a career Bale had. Like, he wasn't a flop in Madrid. He wasn't a flop. Bale was the good. He was a good footballer. Yeah, Frank Bruno. Yeah, he was overrated, but he was a good fighter. He'd still like if you took Frank Bruno then and put him in today's division, he'd probably be like top 5, top 6. To be honest. Yeah, Bale. Yeah, Gareth Bale delivered in big games. That's a fact. He did. He did. That's a great point. Is there such a thing as a clutch boxer? If so, I'd say Andy Lee. He got several knockouts when he was behind on the cards. Yeah, he did. So Korobov, he was losing. He was getting outboxed. Um, who's that kid? He knocked him out. He knocked him out with a check hook. Fuck, what's his name? He was getting beat up, and he knocked him out. He kind of went back to the ropes and timed him coming in. I forget the guy. I forget the guy's name. But there was that knockout as well. The Craig McEwen knockout. Yeah. Yeah, Andy Lee's a clutch boxer. John Jackson, that's the one. Yeah, Julian Jackson's son, yeah. John Jackson, yeah. The name escaped me. To be fair to Tyson Fury, he is a bit of a clutch fighter. He has had like clutch moments. He has. Can't argue with that. Can't argue. Yeah, I can't argue. Gareth A. Davis has ruined the name Gareth. Facts. Like, Gareth is a good solid name. But yeah, Gareth A. Davis has ruined it. He has. He has. Gareth A. Davis, man, he's a fucking clown. Absolute ass clown, that guy. Absolute ass clown. Yeah, Bruno was on all sorts, man. Look at the size of him, bro. He was on all sorts. But so was Tyson, so was Holyfield. All of these guys were, man. Ray Mercer. All these guys were on fucking, all sorts. Yeah, that's a great point, Henry. Yeah, John Jackson is in prison for grape. Yeah, he is. He's not the only guy as well. There's Carlos Baldemir. He's in prison for abusing his own daughter. Like, bro, I'm not a big fan of Canelo. But that was Canelo's best win, knocking that guy clean out. Fucking degenerate, man. Not even a degenerate. That doesn't even cover it. Fuck. I hope Carlos Baldemir gets what's coming to him in prison. Fucking tosser. Absolute fucking cunt. Yeah. John Jackson was winning against Charlo and Andy Lee, but got ironed out. Yeah, Holyfield, bro. Evander Holyfield or Evan Holyfields was on all sorts, bro. He was on fucking rocket fuel, that guy. Absolute rocket fuel. I can't criticize Frank Bruno's laugh. My laugh is fucked. Yeah, man, he's like in an Argentinian prison, so there's a good chance those South American prisons don't play. They don't play. So listen, fingers crossed. One day we wake up to the news that he's no more. Listen, when it comes to crime and things like that, I'm not like I'm right on a lot of issues. If you were to pigeonhole me, I am right on a lot of issues, but I think for certain crimes, rehabilitation should be a thing. But there are certain crimes you can't come back from and you can't be released. That's one of them. And honestly, you deserve a lot more than that as well. There's never no excuse for that sort of behaviour. It should be dealt with. Just get rid. Those sort of people should not be on this planet. But oh yeah, Felix Verdejo, yeah. He's in prison. Yeah, killed his pregnant girlfriend, yeah. That's crazy. All of these heavyweights are juiced up, JD. Every single one. Yeah, of course AJ's juiced up. I agree, Zoma. I totally agree. But in 2023, bro, there's a little fucking sect of people who are trying to normalize it. They say they're not, but we all see what's going on. We all see what's going on. And eventually you have to draw the line. There can never be any mercy towards those types of people. Like the destruction of innocence and things of that nature. I just don't. It's a different type of evil. I don't know. I don't even feel like psychopathy covers it. I don't feel like even psychopathy covers it. To me, that's when it comes down to like, are these people possessed? Like, I don't know. Yeah, they have, Zoma. Yeah, they have. Yeah, Dillian he was more than likely telling the truth. You'll never see Dillian again, though. He's going to get banned because he's no longer like a big ticket seller per se. After the Tyson Fury fight, he's basically served his purpose. So you will see Dillian White get a ban for his recent drug test failure. They'll make an example of him. He's no longer useful, basically. Bro, most of these guys are on PEDs, man. Most of these guys are on something. In my opinion, most of these guys are on something. Yeah, Tony Bellew is what he is. Tony Bellew's such a dick. Like when he pretends he's got a worse temper than he actually does to try and make people feel on edge around him. I've known people in my life who use that tactic. Yeah, he's like one of those guys, you know, when he kicks off, it's like, hold me back, guys, hold me back. He's one of those sort of guys, yeah. He's one of those sort of guys. Big up, Mr. Doc. Hopefully you're well, bro. Yeah, to be fair, Dillian White will get banned because this is his third time being caught, yeah. Yeah, he'll get banned. He'll get banned. But what I'm saying is, regardless if it's his third time or not, if he was a bit younger, if he had more juice to squeeze from him, he'd probably have a lot stronger case for not getting banned, put it that way. They'll use Dillian White to try to portray the image that they're trying to take drug testing and drugs in boxing seriously. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Doc. There's a saying here in America, if you're not cheating, you're not trying. Yeah. And there are some people who take that very seriously. Bellew cleverly too. Probably was the worst pay-per-view I've seen. I don't remember whether I purchased it, but it was fucking terrible. It was fucking terrible. But yeah, Dillian, I think Dillian will get banned. He'll get like a 4-year ban or something like that. UCAD will ban him. Maybe he'll go abroad then and fight elsewhere. Because he could still fight abroad. Even if he gets banned in the UK, he can probably still fight abroad and, you know, pick up some fights here and there. So yeah, it's going to be one of those ones. We'll see what happens with Dillian White, but yeah, Zoma, like when it comes to boxing and betting, I'm kind of like in and out. Sometimes I will, sometimes I won't. I was kind of furious. I never bet on Eubank versus Smith. I was kind of furious. I just had a good feeling Eubank would win. I don't know why. Just had a good feeling. And after the fact, it seems like super obvious. And I'm fucking pissed I never bet on it. Because he was the underdog going into the rematch. Could have put a cool 100 down and made a little bit of money. You know what I'm saying? But it's what it is. Is what it is. If you look at the grey-haired man in the thumbnail of your Wardley Adelaide video, from that angle he looks like Sam Allardyce. Yeah, he does actually. He does. I just see it. Oh, Big Sam. He gets about. Dillian White versus Derek Chisora in 2030 on a Misfits card. I stopped for a long time after I bet on Klitschko to beat AJ. Yeah, I used to be like always looking at odds when it comes to boxing. I wouldn't bet much, but I would always look at odds in case there was a fight I felt was badly mispriced. One of the ones that always comes to mind was Nathan Cleverly versus Sergey Kovalev. I got that fight at evens. I bet on Kovalev because I researched Kovalev beforehand. I knew who he was. And in my mind, there was no way Cleverly won that fight. It was like free money. But yeah, man. I need to start looking into boxing betting more. That'd be a good series idea, don't you think? Like trying to turn £10 into £1,000. What do you reckon? As like a little series on the channel. I'd have to be honest about it though. Trying to turn £10 into £1,000, like a boxing betting series. See if I can do it. See if I can do it. And even if it doesn't work, it's just fun content. It's kind of fun to do. So in my prediction, I picked Eubank on points, but that's the sort of fight I'd probably have picked Eubank just to win, because he was the underdog regardless. I think that could be fun. Sweet G97. I think that could be fun, doing like a boxing betting series, turning £10 into £1,000. It could be fun. And if we lose, we lose. I'm not like a gambling man per se. I don't bet often. But I feel like, like when you don't bet, you feel like you get a lot more fights right. But when you start betting, automatically you get all your fights wrong. It's one of those ones. Who's fighting this weekend on the UFC? Hang on, it's Adesanya versus Strickland this weekend. That's a quick turnaround. I swear Strickland took that fight real late. I swear Sean Strickland took that fight real late. Bro, I can hear some guy outside. My windows are open because it's super hot. And I swear to God, every single night, some fucking pisshead walks by, just talking to himself. Every single time. Just fucking shouting to himself. Absolute degenerate. Can we see this guy in the fucking window? You fucking prick. Shouting and screaming at fucking clown. Yeah, it's a good idea. Yeah, listen, I don't think Strickland does anything in that fight against Adesanya. Yeah, John Fury's not in the news right now, so I can't really go in on John Fury. It has to be topical. It has to be in the moment. It has to be relevant, kind of thing. Gareth A. Davis, I want to make one on. I do want to make one on Gareth A. Davis. When he gets himself in a situation, I will do. Okay, yeah, that's it. Yeah, it was supposed to be Izzy versus Duplessis. Yeah, that's it. Fury looks in woeful shape at his age. He can't afford to be doing that. I suppose he's at a career break for the last 2 years with Chisora and Ngannou. Yeah, yeah. Has this fucking press conference happened? By the way, bro, he is in terrible shape. He's in dreadful shape, bro. He's gonna. Don't get me wrong. He's gonna beat fucking Ngannou, but bro, he is in terrible shape. My man's built like a fucking. His fucking torso looks like two washing machines roped together, bro. What's wrong with this guy, bro? Look at the state of him. Bro, Tyson's looking rough. Tyson's looking rough. He'll beat, don't get me wrong, he'll beat Ngannou, but bro, if I was Ngannou, so if I'm Ngannou, I wouldn't give a fuck. I could lose in a boxing match. I know I would whoop this dude's ass in a street fight. What does it really matter? I wouldn't even feel bad for losing a boxing match against Tyson Fury. I'm getting paid. Like, I'm probably doubling my net worth. And in reality, in the cold light of day, I'd kill this guy in the streets. Why does it really matter? Ngannou can't lose, bro. Ngannou can't lose. That's how I would justify it to myself. He can't lose. Give him a 1-2. Every night, bro, this week, apology. There's been this pisshead walking past, fucking screaming and shouting, bro. There's a pub down the road. Fucking clown. You see, Tyson Fury's built like a melting ice cream, leaking over the cone, yeah. Yeah, Fury was proper cringe more than usual. Yeah, bro. He's one of those people who appeals to like the lowest common denominator. Do you know what I mean? He'll obviously beat Francis Ngannou, but this guy's turning up looking like a fucking mess, wearing absolute nonsense clothing, just looking like a slob. Looking like an absolute slob. At least Ngannou's turned up in shape. He looks trim, wearing a suit. Look at the state of this guy, man. Bro, look at the state of this guy. Christ. Is Sugar Hill still training Tyson? Doesn't look like he's trained at all. Yeah, exactly, man. Ngannou would fucking... Bro, Ngannou IRL would fucking wreck Tyson Fury. Bro, some fucking average MMA heavyweight would wreck Tyson Fury in a street fight if it was just one-on-one. Yeah, imagine if Ngannou beats Tyson Fury. That'd be cray-cray. That'd be crazy as hell. To be fair, though, for Tyson Fury, one thing I will say, I am insulting this guy's fucking shape as of right now, but it's still a long way away. It's 28th of October. But yeah, he is in bad shape right now. He's not in good shape. He's not in good shape. Ngannou just looks happy to be there. Like, he's got this clown in front of him. He just looks happy to be there. He's getting paid. Yeah, imagine. They should put the WBC on the line just because. Imagine if Francis Ngannou actually knocks out Tyson Fury and he becomes the WBC heavyweight champion. Can you imagine? Yeah, that is true, Joseph. He just went charging in, yeah, and he got clocked. It doesn't take much when you're like in those situations to drop you. Because it wasn't like a massive punch. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Fury really does represent his obsessed, degenerate fan base. You're right, Darren. You're right. Yeah, bro, listen, Tyson, listen. That's actually one thing I would rate. If Tyson got in the cage with Francis Ngannou, I would actually rate that. I would give him credit. Obviously, you know, just as a like an honourable thing to do. You're fighting like an MMA guy in boxing. Fight the guy in the cage. I'd rate that. I'd fully respect it. I'd actually give Tyson his credit there. if he did something like that. But you know that's never going to happen. He'll say, I'd knock out Ngannou in 10 seconds in the cage, but he'll never do it. I'd give Tyson all the credit in the world if he fought Ngannou in the cage. Basically, yeah, that's what he's going to do. He'll look for these sort of fucking exhibition fights. Do you know what the crazy thing is, Albert? His fans would actually believe it. Like, his fans, I kid you not, like, there are fans and fans. If you like Tyson Fury, it is what it is. But if you're a fanboy, there are genuinely fanboys out there, like Tyson Fury fanboys, who probably actually believe he beats Ngannou in MMA. They actually exist. These people are sentient. They walk among us. These people exist. These people are real. That goes to show. Bomac might lose a bit of weight in prison, yeah. Beans on toast fucking diet, bro. He's going to be fucking struggling. He's going to be fucking struggling. But yeah, listen. As for Francis Ngannou, I don't blame him, like, taking this fight. I really don't. He's in a, like I said, he's really in a no-lose position. Regardless of what happens, he's in a no-lose situation. If he gets smoked in a round, it is what it is. If he loses but does a little better than expected, he's got credit in the bank. It doesn't matter if you're Francis Ngannou. He's gonna get paid a silly amount. He can't lose. He can't lose. No matter how well or how bad he does, he can't lose. I just wish Ngannou stayed in the UFC. I would have loved, and I'm not a big like MMA guy. I'm a casual when it comes to MMA. But John Jones versus Francis Ngannou, bro, that'd be a great fight. Yeah, it's crazy, bro. Listen, man. So when it comes to the historical side of things, I can see it in two perspectives. I think when you talk about it in the context of a head-to-head, I think we can compare modern fighters to previous fighters from previous generations. That's not offensive to me. It's when somebody would say Tyson Fury's greater than Larry Holmes. That's when it becomes offensive. Whether you think like a modern guy can beat an old guy, whatever, to me that's not really relevant. That is what it is. But it's when you say they're greater. That's what really that's the difference to me. That's the difference to me. Like, for example, there's no doubt in my mind, like, Tyson Fury would beat someone like Joe Louis. Doesn't mean he's greater, though. If you compare their like different generations, their respective eras, what each guy provided for boxing, what they represented, etc. Yeah, if you got a time machine and took Tyson Fury back, I think he'd beat fucking Joe Louis. Doesn't mean he's greater, though. It's a different metric, in my opinion. We can fantasize and talk about head to head, but he's no way greater than these guys. No way in hell. And I think Tyson Fury, stylistically, actually, even in a head-to-head standpoint, I think Larry Holmes is a really, really bad style matchup for him. I really do. In a head-to-head sense, if I had a time machine, and or let's say, for example, I could create like the ultimate, undisputed, 100% realistic AI, I think Larry Holmes, a prime Larry Holmes, in a head-to-head sense against every heavyweight in history, would do very well. He would do very, very well. To the point as to where it may surprise a lot of people. I think people acknowledge Larry Holmes as an all-time great. But I don't know, man. I liked his skill set. I liked Larry's skill set. His jab was unbelievable, as we know, but certain things about Larry went under the radar, like his heart. He's a tough guy. He was stubborn, Larry Holmes. He was stubborn. I think that's what really pushed him in his prime. He was stubborn, Larry Holmes. He had a chip on his shoulder, and that kind of let him persevere. You know what I mean? Good fighter, though. Very good boxer, Larry Holmes. Very good boxer. I think he gives everybody trouble in history. Listen, if you've got a perfect fucking time machine or an AI machine, I don't think he beats everyone. That'd be next to impossible, but I think he does really, really well. I do. I think he does really, really well. Bro, exactly. Bro, yeah, Holmes' most impressive win to me is Ray Mercer because he was 43 and Mercer was undefeated. And by the way, that's the same Ray Mercer who a little while later gave Lennox Lewis hell. I've watched that fight back. I wasn't old enough to watch it live, obviously. But I've watched that fight numerous times. I think Ray Mercer beat Lennox Lewis. I do, and I wish that fight was a 12-rounder. I wish that fight was a 12-rounder. How that fight was a 10-rounder, I'll never know. That was a great fight, by the way. Larry Holmes versus Lennox Lewis. Sorry, Lennox Lewis versus Ray Mercer. Great fight. Ray Mercer's fucking jab in that fight. Lennox had a great jab, but Ray's fucking jab, bro, that was giving Lennox issues. That was giving Lennox real trouble. It's a shame that fight was a 10-rounder. Shame that fight was a 10-rounder. Shame. But Mercer could fight, man. Mercer could fight. Mercer could fight. Mercer would smoke a guy like Dillian White now. Like a prime Dillian White. He'd probably smoke him. Probably smoke him, bro. Mercer was a good fighter. And Larry fucking played with that guy, man. Just fucking toyed with him. Maybe, yeah, cool. Maybe it was a stylistic thing. But, bro, 43 years old. Shake, rattling and rolling, man. That jab. Pop, pop, pop. Easy. Tommy Hearns is another great example. So I think Tommy Hearns is another one of those guys I think translates into any era. I really do. To me, that's like Floyd's most fascinating fantasy fight would be Tommy Hearns. I think Tommy Hearns would be Floyd Mayweather's kryptonite. He could punch over that shoulder roll with that long right hand. He'll punch down over it. I think he would beat Floyd, Tommy Hearns. And Tommy's got the reputation of like being the destroyer, the monster puncher, the rangy puncher. Again, Tommy could box, bro. His jab was spectacular. I always like to look back at Tommy Hearns in particular because I'm a tall, lanky guy myself who's kind of light. Guys like Tommy Hearns, I liked watching Tommy Hearns back because it kind of suits my build. When I was like really training hard, I was tall, lanky, kind of skinny, long arms, long limbs, that kind of guy. And I like to look at Tommy Hearns back. I like to watch his old fights. And Tommy got jobbed in that second Ray Leonard fight, man. Tommy he was a great fighter. Listen, yeah, I'm not going to debate who the greatest was, but Ali was great in his way. He was great. Yeah, exactly, Joseph. Yeah, there's not a single heavyweight in history that will not have a bogey opponent that just has their number. I'm sure there's a random contender in history that smokes an Usyk or a Fury. Of course, man. Of course, yeah. And the really interesting thing for me when I think about heavyweights, I always go back to it, but what would happen if Ike Iwabuchi never went crazy? Because he fucked up Chris Bird and he beat David Tua in that war. He engaged like David Tua at his own game. He was trading with David Tua. He could have boxed David Tua. He was a much better boxer than David Tua. But he went to war. He went to war, man, and beat him on points. Like if Ike Iwabuchi never went crazy, he would have definitely become a heavyweight champion in the late 90s because Evander was old, Mike was old. He would have beaten those guys in the late 90s. I'm convinced of it. And you look at the champions after that, guys like John Ruiz, Larry Bird picked up a title, these sort of guys. Oleg Maskayev. If you look at like the guys early 2000s, late or mid 2000s, Ike Iwabuchi would have definitely become a champion in that time if he continued. Definitely, no doubt in my mind. How good he would have been, I'm not as convinced. I think he would have always struggled with Lennox Lewis stylistically. But aside from Lennox back then, I think Ike may have beaten everybody. I think he would have beaten a pre-Steward, Vladimir. Vitali, like late 90s Vitali, who beat Herbie Hyde. That's a great fight. That's a great fight. Not sure about that one. Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, gave Oliver McCall a real hard night. Larry Holmes, yep. Yeah, Sean Porter had a good career, man. Sean Porter had a good career. Yeah, he gave Holyfield a hard fight. And Holyfield, I think, is one of the all-time great heavyweights, considering he came up and he was usually undersized. I know he was roided to the gills, I get it, but who isn't? Holyfield was great, but yeah, man, bro, Larry gave that guy issues. See, this is probably going to sound like blasphemy, but Wilder against a young George Foreman, he could find that shot. He was much more athletic than a young George. He was taller, he was longer, he was quicker. George was a lot more cumbersome. George had a good jab, but he was more cumbersome with it. Wilder, listen, I know it sounds blasphemous, but again, I go back to head. I'm not saying Wilder's greater than George Foreman, but stylistically, I think the openings are there for Wilder in that fight. Don't get me wrong, George can get to him too. If he collapses the pocket, Wilder's done. But if he can time George coming in, he could knock George out, I believe. It's a great fight, that is. That's a great fight. That's a great fantasy fight, Wilder and Foreman. It's one of those things, when it comes to old school fighters and new school fighters, a lot of people like to say, well, the old school fighter always wins. I try not to say that. I try to always break it down like I would a real fight if it was happening today, without discounting what those guys did back in their day, because Wilder's never going to be as great as George Foreman. But in a head-to-head fight, you can't convince me Wilder doesn't have a chance. See, this is a great fantasy fight. Probably like two of the most underrated contenders or fighters in the heavyweight division in their respective eras. Both really good fighters. Both guys had great jabs. I think Povetkin was more versatile. He had more strings to his bow. Offensively more gifted. I'd probably take Povetkin on points. But it's a good fight. It's a good fight. See, I'll say it now. So Povetkin was never the top guy. But you can take Povetkin back. He's going to be a fucking contender in any era. He's going to be a contender in any era. In my opinion. When I say any era, I always like talk about the modern era. So like 70s onwards. He'll always be a contender. That guy was good, man. Povetkin had skills and a unique style. His punch technique was spectacular. His leaping left hook was something like unbelievable. Unbelievable. But again, you know, Povetkin's one of those guys who just gets underrated. He's almost like the Ray Mercer of the previous era. Like Ray Mercer was another one. Ray Mercer was a very good fighter. Chris Bird, I always think, gets overlooked. Chris Bird was undersized. He couldn't punch. You know, and he made a career for himself. He was a very good boxer, Chris Bird. Awkward, quick, agile. He could out-jab you, outwork you, mess you around. Chris Bird was a good boxer. He was a good boxer, Chris Bird. Yeah, that was Reese. Yeah, that was Povetkin's last hurrah because he was shot that night. When he beat Dillian White, he was shot. He was shot, and he still pulled out a punch. He was shot when he beat Dillian White. Look at his legs in that fight, his balance, how he was moving. He was shot. Yeah, Chris Bird was definitely underrated. Nobody remembers him, yeah. It's a shame, yeah, he was a good fighter, Chris Bird. Good fighter. Yeah, I wouldn't count out Wilder against Foreman. Foreman is there to get hit, and Wilder can punch, and he's also quicker than George ever was, yeah. Yeah, I just got a weird feeling it's a bad style matchup for George Foreman. Wilder's one of those guys, like, I don't like Deontay Wilder as a person outside the ring, but I feel like a lot of people let that, it kind of clouds their judgment of Deontay Wilder to a certain degree, as does like the fanboyism for him. There are some people who believe Deontay Wilder's the next best thing since sliced bread, and there are others who just can't stand him, so they don't even like look at him objectively. But again, I think Wilder in any era would be a problem. I don't think he's ever going to be the top guy because of his deficiencies, but I always think Wilder would be a problem. I do. I take Mayweather on points. I would take Mayweather on points. Mayweather wasn't perfect in regards to like the guys he fought and when he fought them, but I still think Mayweather was a different level to Crawford. I do. I think Mayweather was a different level. Yeah, they was talking about Povetkin Usyk. When Usyk first moved up, there were brief rumblings about it, but it never happened. Yeah, exactly. Wilder's a scumbag, but he's a guy who would cause upsets in any era. Yeah, I think so as well, bro. That's how I see Wilder as well. I don't think he'd ever be the top guy, but he would pick up some scalps, I believe. Yeah, but I don't think that's relevant in the grand scheme of things. Like, yeah, Wilder had a couple of moments early in his career, but I'm talking just prime for prime, best at their best kind of thing. Do you know what I'm saying? But that's just me. I just don't think the film. When I listen, I understand how great these guys were for their era. I understand what they achieved, but I'm one of those guys who just listen. The film doesn't lie. There's a lot of holes there with George Foreman, and Wilder can exploit that. He can land that perfect shot. He can. It's there for him if they were to fight hypothetically. So I was a David Hay fanboy as a kid. I was a David Hay fanboy, but David Hay versus Holyfield, no matter what weight, Hay would be dangerous early on. He may even hurt Holyfield like Burt Cooper did. But Hay's gonna gas out, bro. If he doesn't knock out Holyfield early, he will gas out. And Holyfield had a granite chin. Even if he got hurt, he could like see it through and get through it. If Hay doesn't knock out Holyfield in 5 or 6 rounds, Hay gets stopped late. And I think that's the likely outcome there. Holyfield stops Hay late on. I think Holyfield stops Hay late on. Yeah, I agree. I've always said Wilder is relative to his peers, the Ernie Shavers of his era. Never going to be the man, but he can knock anyone out on a given night. Yeah, that's basically, yeah, but that's perfect. Yeah, that's how I see Wilder as well. It's one of those things, though. With boxing, it becomes like certain fighters become so polarizing. Either one side, like I said, they'll say they're the greatest thing since sliced bread, or the other side will just rule them out as a complete fucking nobody who can't do anything. But Wilder's one of those guys where like a sensible conversation on him is very hard to find, unfortunately. But 1 second, guys, I'm gonna get a drink and go for a piss. 1 sec. Right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah, Deontay Wilder's. Yeah, now Deontay Wilder's brother, Marcellus Wilder, he is a bum. Like, if he was like in England, he wouldn't even be area level. He is terrible. That guy's got a chin. His chin makes Amir Khan's chin look like George Travalo's, man. Honestly, crazy. The best version of Dave Allen versus Johnny Fisher. Who you taking? Oh, God. That fight, bro, hurts my head even thinking about it. I ease up, though, on Johnny Fisher because at least the guy trains. He's not very good. He relies on gimmicks, cool, but at least he trains. But in all seriousness, I mean, I actually think Dave has more ability, believe it or not. But maybe Johnny Fisher outworks him. Bro, that's a fucking tremendous fight. Nayola Inoue versus Eric El Terrible Morales. At what weight class? Featherweight? Christ. Again, this is going to be. I know this is going to be a controversial one. I don't think it is actually. I think Inoue beats Morales. Morales had the boxing skills to give Inoue a real hard fight, but Morales, because he's got cojones and balls, he could be drawn into a fight. Morales could box. People forget that. Oh, people say, "Oh, Morales Mexican, yeah, warrior." Yeah, he was a warrior. Morales could box. He could box and punch. Morales was a good fucking fighter. But I think against Inoue at featherweight, Morales probably wins the early rounds, but he's got a fucking... Again, he's got balls, man. He would get drawn into a fight and Inoue then takes over. Controversial opinion? Maybe. But I think Inoue beats Morales in a fight of the year candidate. Just my opinion. Big up to yourself, Johnny. Big up to yourself, bro. Hopefully you're keeping well, my good sir. You heard of this Canadian super middleweight? Which one? Is it Christopher Mbili, whatever his name is? Christian Mbili. Is it him? Yeah, I've heard of him. Yeah, he's a fun fighter, Mbili. But yeah, I don't think he's going to go to the top, but he's a fun fighter. That is true, actually. I can't argue with that. Yeah, way past his prime, way like outsized. Eric Morales went like toe to toe with Marcus Maidana. Gave Maidana a really hard fight. Yeah, Eric Morales was tough as old boots, bro. He was a tough fucking guy. Good fighter, man. Good fighter. But listen, man, if you're saying Morales wins, let me ace. I certainly wouldn't call you crazy. Morales was a great fighter. A great fighter. He just had... Morales was one of those guys. His balls were almost too big. Because, like I said, he could get drawn into fights when he had more skills than his opponents. Because, again, people forget, Morales could box. He could box. Yeah, it's a shame, yeah, he went out losing to Garcia. Yeah. Yeah, that's... Bro, stylistically, Nordic, it's a hell of a fight. It's a hell of a fight. Morales and Inoue at featherweight. That's a hell of a fight, man. But yeah, him and Inoue would be amazing. Just gangsters, man. Proper fighters, man. None of this pussyfooting around or like, oh, I'm going to throw a little flick jab and run around for 20 seconds. None of that nonsense. They could box. They could fight. They could punch. They could take it. They could dish it out. That's what boxing's about. None of this pussy shit. Listen, I've got all the respect in the world for Morales, for guys like Inoue. They're the sort of guys I like. They're the sort of guys I like. Yeah, the word great gets thrown around far too often in this era. Morales is legitimately great. Same with Barrera, Marquez, etc. Yeah. Facts. Bro, it's a shame we never got Marquez versus Morales. I think Morales was more skilled than Marquez. But again, his tendency to get drawn into fights against a counterpuncher like Marquez may have caused him some trouble. I'm not sure about Morales Marquez. I'm not sure about that one. Maybe I would take Morales close on points. It's a good fight, though. It's a good fight. Yeah, I don't see how, bro. Stylistically, I don't see how. Again, I'll go back to it. The only way Hamed beats Morales is if Morales tries to get in a fight and he just walks onto like one big shot. That's it. I think the truth with Naseem Hamed is somewhere in the middle. Was he as good as like the hype represented at the time? No, he wasn't, but I think he was still a very good fighter. I still think he would do a lot of damage in any era. It's not like Hamed had like a terrible resume. He beat some decent guys in his career. See, Hamed's one of those guys again. Is so polarizing. Either he's a legend or he's just a bum hype job and shit. It's not, to me. It's not one or the other. He was a good fighter, unique style, athletically gifted, had some good wins. Just wasn't the best of his era. It was what it was. A little overhyped for his time. Cool, but he wasn't a bad fighter. He wasn't a bad fighter. You know, beating decent guys. Kevin Kelly. Kevin Kelly. I think he beat Wayne McCulloch, Paul Ingle. You know, he beat some like decent fighters. He beat some decent fighters. Manuel Medina, who was a good fighter, that's an underrated win. I'm going to look at his resume now. Yeah, Bungu, again, had loads of title defenses, decent win. Yeah, Hamed is one of those guys who, yeah, he gets overrated by some people, but I think some people go way too far in the other direction. Yeah, basically that's it. Yeah, Hamed wasn't a bad fighter, but he was extremely overhyped at the time. People had him top 5 pound for pound in the late 90s. That's overkill for the lack of resume he had. Yeah, I think that's fair. To me, this is how I view Hamed. To me, he was like how I view Sergio Martinez. Like, Sergio Martinez had a unique style, had that swagger about him, athletically gifted, had power, wasn't a great boxer, but he made it work for himself. He's that sort of guy. Fun to watch, had some decent wins. But yeah, he wasn't at that level. He wasn't like a pound for pound elite level guy, but a good fighter. That's a great point, Reyes. Can you actually call Hamed overrated when almost every boxing fans call him that? Yeah, that's a great point. See, I think this is the thing with sports. Certain guys get overrated, and Hamed got overrated in his day. But it gets to the point where people say overrated, overrated, overrated so much, they almost then become underrated, if that makes sense. There's no like middle ground, is what I'm saying. And I think Hamed falls into that category. Just my opinion. Just my opinion. Good fighter. Wasn't as good as he was made out at the time. But I think in retrospect, I think he gets a little too much hate. But that's just me. That's just me. Yeah, I felt he nicked I felt he beat McCulloch, but was a good fight, though. Wayne McCulloch was another good fighter, though. He was a good fighter. Yo, Salvador Sanchez, he died. He was 23 years old when he died. Salvador Sanchez. He was... Bro, if he died at 23 years old and he beat Azuma Nelson, Wilfredo Gomez, bro, Juan Laporte, Danny Lopez. Bro, this guy, if Salvador Sanchez never died at 23 years old, may have been the greatest Mexican fighter of all time. We may be talking about Salvador Sanchez with Roberto Duran, with Ray Leonard, with Ray Robinson, etc. That guy was fucking sick. Salvador Sanchez, he could box, he could punch, he could fight, he could brawl, he could counter, he could fight on the inside, he could move, great footwork, solid defense. Salvador Sanchez, bro, unbelievable fighter. Unbelievable fighter. 23 years old. I think I'm going to Google this. How old was he when he died? How old was he? Yeah, he was 23 years old, and he had those guys on his resume. Bro. Salvador Sanchez was a fucking gangster, man. That guy was sick. Yeah. Those guys were a level above Hamed, man. Yeah, Pacquiao, Marquez, Morales, Barrera. Yeah, they was a different level. No doubt. No doubt. I think Marquez was a really bad style matchup for Hamed. Because Hamed was like he had a unique style, but he relied on athleticism. And against a counterpuncher like Marquez, man, that hands-down style, I think that would have ended badly for Hamed. But at the same time, it wasn't the Marquez we went on to know. That wasn't the best version of Marquez. We have to consider that as well. It's a shame we never got it. That may be, bro, one of the greatest fantasy fights of all time. But Salvador Sanchez could really do anything. He was such a versatile fighter. He died in a car crash, right? And yeah, wasn't he supposed to fight Alexis Arguello? Wasn't he supposed to fight Alexis Arguello? Salvador Sanchez. I'm pretty certain he was. There may have been talks on it, something like that. But yeah, no, there's no doubt in my mind. Like when we talk about what ifs in boxing, we can bring up guys like Dimitri Pirog, Ike Ibuche, Edwin Valero. Those guys could have all been very good fighters, but there's never going to be a what if bigger than Salvador Sanchez. Salvador Sanchez, I think we were robbed of like not even like an all-time great, but like a generational fucking all-time great. That guy was good. That guy was good, man. Pirog, yeah, bro, ahead of his time in regards to style. Ahead of his time. If you look at guys like Lomachenko and Usyk now, and look at his style, yeah, they're not like totally similar, but there are similarities there. Pirog was ahead of his time. Pirog was ahead of his time. Oh. I wish we got to see the Golovkin fight. I do. I wish we got to see that Golovkin fight. I think Golovkin would have beat him. Sorry for the noise, by the way. See, I don't think they were fluke wins, bro. I think you could put Chris Bird in there with Ike Ibuchi 100 times and the same thing happens. Tua, stylistically, I think, yeah, maybe that's more. They could have probably gone like either way any time, but Ike Ibuchi to me reminded me of kind of like a hybrid between Mike Tyson and Holyfield. In a sense, he kind of had that hybrid. He was like those two merged together. Not like the best attributes of both guys, but kind of like their two styles merged together. I think Ike Ibuchi would have been a problem in the late 90s. Consider how weak the division was. Evander was old, Mike was old, the Klitschko's were inexperienced. Guys like John Ruiz were winning titles. Ike would have, without doubt, would have been a champion, in my opinion, in that era. He would have definitely been a champion. How good he would have been, to me, is the question. I don't know. I think he would have probably lost. He'd have lost to Lennox Lewis stylistically, but yeah, there's no doubt, bro. Yeah, there's no doubt. Sanchez is by and far the biggest what if. Bro, 23 years old in this day and age. These guys are still taking 6-rounders. Even if they've won like an Olympic gold medal, these guys are taking 6-rounders, bro. Look at the guys this guy beat at 23 years old. Unbelievable. Wilfredo Gomez, Azuma Nelson, Juan Laporte, Danny Lopez. Unbelievable. Even like a guy like Pat Caldell, who was a good fighter from the UK. Very, very, very good amateur. But yeah, I get you, Nordic. He was a tough bastard. But he had a few screws loose, man. He had a few screws loose. I think maybe it's one of those things like, because I think highly of all those guys I mentioned. So Ike Ibuchi, Dimitri Pirog, and Edwin Valero. I think they would have all had like interesting careers. I think Valero would have fell short because he was on the verge of moving to 140. And at that time, you had guys like Marquez and Pacquiao. I think Valero would have given those guys good fights, but he would have fell short, got stopped. Pirog, I think he would have lost to Golovkin. I just think Ike was in a good moment in his career. Like, Vieira was good for him if he continued. I think it was good for him to win titles, personally. Oh, yeah, no doubt, bro. Yeah, I loved Valero's style. To me, Valero's style is just boxing. It's just, he was like a pure fucking alpha. Pure fucking alpha. That fucking word gets thrown around a lot. But I don't give a fuck. You could put Valero in there with anybody. I think he would lose to a lot of fighters, but he wouldn't be scared of anybody. Valero had that fucking nasty, mean streak. That gets thrown around a lot as well. But Valero, bro, that guy was a demon. Yeah, Sanchez beat 3 Hall of Famers at 23. Most fighters don't even get that number their whole careers. Facts. Most fighters don't get that their whole careers. There's no doubt in my mind. I think if Sanchez continued, I think he would have been, without doubt, the best Mexican fighter of all time. In regards to like resume, accomplishments, things like that. No doubt in my mind. Yeah, that's the thing with Valero. Like, you saw that in, defense was his main flaw. Yeah, you saw that in the Antonio DeMarco fight. Bro, I miss those days, man. I miss those days. I really do. Like, that was when I first started really, really getting into boxing. Was the early 2010s. That's when I really started getting into it, like, hardcore. I liked Joe Calzaghe before then. Ricky Hatton. My earliest boxing memory was watching highlights of Tyson versus Lewis. And I was always into boxing, but I wasn't. You know, I kind of watched it when it was on. But late 2000s, early 2010s was when I really started to fixate on it. And Valero, bro, I was excited by Valero. I just liked the images, you know, like the image where he's like bleeding and shit. Bro, that was different levels. Different levels, man. Just these what if. We need to do a video on what if fighters. To me, Salvador Sanchez is the undisputed number one, like I said. Salvador Sanchez, man, his resume for 23. God. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Different levels, man. Phenom. That guy. And nobody talks about him now. That's the crazy thing, how good that guy was. It's a big up to 8 Sins, by the way. OG member of the YTBC. Big up to 8 Sins. Hopefully you're keeping well, bro. Yeah, the ultimate what if documentary would be a good idea. I always do you know what, Nordic? I would love to do something like that, and I've thought about it for a long time. But I don't want to get copyrighted. That's the issue, because I would want to include footage. I don't want to like write a script, because let's say this is a great idea as well, Jonathan. Crime and Sports podcast. That's actually a really good podcast, by the way. Crime and Sports podcast. Yeah, they've done guys like Adonis Stevenson, Edwin Valero. Yeah, they're a really good podcast. But I would like to do a biographic on Edwin Valero. So talk about his upbringing, the amateur career, the personal life, and the end kind of thing. Like cover everything. Not like a career review per se, but a biographic. I would love to do one of those on Edwin Valero. But I just worry about getting copyright striked. That's the issue. So I would love to do something like that, but I don't really want to. So I'm a terrible editor, but I do write scripts and shit on the other channel, and I would do that for that case. It's a lot of work to put in to then get copyrighted. Yeah, you would need to find footage that is under some kind of Creative Commons license or something. Yeah. Yeah. It just makes it hard, bro. It just makes it so fucking hard. Like, honestly, what is taking 12 seconds of like an Edwin Valero fight doing to anybody? Do you know what I mean? It's crazy, man. I think copyright's one of those things that more common sense needs to be applied, man. It really does. But it is what it is. Nordic, when you do your career reviews, like you use a lot of footage. Do you specifically seek out footage with those licenses, or do you just chance it and see what happens? Kind of interested. Do you just take your chance and see what happens? Because I feel like Edwin Valero, I'm going to get fucked because, you know, he had a fair few fights on HBO. So it's like, they're more than likely going to fuck me. Listen, man, I understand. Listen, copyright is. Listen, I understand copyright laws, right? They need to be there. I get it. But like, I'm not uploading a full fight. I'd be taking like a 10 to 12 second snippet of like various different fights. And do you know what I mean? It's like, bro, come on, man. Yeah, Mosquera dropped him. Yeah, DeMarco gave him a few issues. Yeah, so I tend to upload the video first and not make it public to allow the bots to scan it and see if it gets claimed or not. Sometimes if it gets claimed, I can appeal it, and if they don't respond, it gets dropped. Okay, cool, yeah. So you can still leave a copyrighted video up, I believe, but they basically just take the proceeds from the video. Pretty certain. I had a copyright strike on my other channel for using like 5 seconds of Channel 4 footage. Some interview with a drug trafficker. I literally used like fucking 5 or 6 seconds as some background footage kind of thing. And yeah, they fucked it. Cunts. I don't know how T Street does it, Jay's Boxing Universe. I think maybe it's funky angles and things like that. Plus, he's got his face on screen and like the overlay. Maybe it's that. Exactly, Jonathan. That's why I don't understand. Like back in the day, there was like multimedia or multimedia, whatever the channel is. He does a lot of that channel does a lot of like great promo videos. But if you remember Boxing Legends TV, he used to do a lot of great videos. Really, really good videos. His titles were terrible, but it was to hype certain fighters up, hype certain fights up. And he got copyrighted into oblivion. That sort of guy helps the promotion. I don't get why they're copyrighting guys like that. I really don't. Yeah, Nordic, you need to get back more active on your boxing channel. You need to get back more active on the boxing channel. But I do like some of your game reviews, like the Hitman videos you did. I liked, for example, the GTA videos you did. I liked, but I kind of like when it comes to like gaming or like retro gaming. I always like there's certain games from your childhood, like I was saying, like you need to do a Crash Bandicoot retrospective. By the way, the first 3 Crash Bandicoots, but yeah, there's certain games that just always stick out to me. Probably not. Nah, no way, no way. Yo, Azzy, long time no see, man. Long time no see. I hope you're well. I hope you're well, Azzy. I hope you're well. Not seen you in ages, bro. I've not seen you in ages. Because you was one of the regulars, man. Big up to yourself, man. Glad to see you. Glad to see you. Yeah, Boxing Legends TV was a good channel. Good channel. Again, that's what I'm saying. So he's introducing people to this community, probably introducing people to boxing, promoting certain fights, and he gets copyrighted to hell. It's crazy. It's just a lack of common sense. Yeah, I do want to see that Nordic because, yeah, that was like a big part of my childhood. Crash Bandicoot 1 and 2 in particular, but even 3 as well. Yeah, I liked Crash. Would you play like retro games, Nordic, that you haven't played previously? Or do you just stick to games that you played back in the day more so? Yeah, that's how I see BLTV. Yeah, like when he interjects with takes, there's a lot I don't agree with, but his videos are put together really well. He edits them really well. He's a good technical content creator. I think, yeah, I do agree. Like his overall takes aren't the best, but it's decent enough content. It's decent enough. Yeah, exactly. Things like, bro, Azzy, the biggest one. Yeah, I'll be real, Azzy. With comments, like I kind of post and ghost. With videos, I kind of post and ghost. I'm not good at like looking at comments and things like that. But I'm glad to see you here, man. I'm glad to see you. Like you're literally like one of the old school people. So big up to yourself. Yeah, Boxing Legends TV production value was really, really good. It's a shame. I remember him hyping up Eubank Jr. Bro, the worst was him hyping up Josh Kelly. Like, what did he call Josh Kelly? A mix between Roy Jones and Lomachenko. Bro, come on, come on. Okay, so yeah, you will play retro games. I played several for the first time since starting the channel. So there was a game when I was a kid. It was like a hack and slash horror game called Nightmare Creatures. It honestly probably doesn't hold up, but as a kid, I loved that game. Nightmare Creatures. Try and check it out. Try and check it out. No, Kessler Froch 1 wasn't a robbery. It was a close fight. In my opinion, could have gone either way. I felt if anybody won, it was Kessler. If anybody won, it was Kessler. It's one of those things, though. There's certain fights where when the word robbery gets thrown around, it becomes a fact. But yeah, that wasn't one of them. Yeah, it's atmospheric, Nordic. It's kind of atmospheric. It's kind of fun. It's just like nostalgia. It's one of those games. It kind of gives me a lot of nostalgia back in the day. I had it on PS1. There was a Nightmare Creatures 2 that wasn't as good. It wasn't as good, but yeah, Nightmare Creatures 1 was fun. It was good. I think like you should try. I'm not sure what PC you've got, Nordic, but you should try emulators like PS1 emulators or like Nintendo 64 emulators or Sega Dreamcast emulators. Try that. 9-3 Kessler. See, I think that's a bit too wide. I think if anybody won, it was Kessler, but it was a very, very hard fought fight. Oh, you know Nightmare Creatures, Azzy. See, when I talk about Nightmare Creatures, nobody knows it, but I loved that game. Yeah, basically that was it. It was like Bloodborne before Bloodborne. But I just remember the music being so fucking good. The music was so good. The music, that's one thing back in the day. Soundtracks for games were so much better. So much better. But yeah, Nightmare Creatures was fun. There was a couple of like hard levels from what I remember, but overall it was pretty fun. Okay, cool. So yeah, I'll try and stay away from emulators if I can. I'd rather get my hands on the physical disc. Though yeah, if I can't get a hold of it, I'll emulate it. I played the original Duke Nukem on emulator recently. Yeah, bro, Nightmare Creatures was one of my games growing up. That was one of my games. It's one of those games that I don't know. I'd like to go back and play it just because old time's sake. Ratchet and Clank. I was never a big Ratchet and Clank guy, but I remember it as a big fucking deal back in the day on PS2 maybe. It's a big deal. Yeah, I was thinking about. I had like the Xbox, like the last Xbox. I was thinking about buying the remasters, and apparently they did a good job, but I don't know, man. I kind of want to play it as it was back in the day when I kind of grew up on it. I played Spyro as a kid, but there was something about Spyro's the way the game looked. I can't describe it, but like to me, the worlds just looked really like basic. I want to say it's hard to explain, but I just even back then. So I'm never a graphics guy, but there was something about the way the game looked. I just didn't like. I just preferred Crash Bandicoot's worlds more than anything. I think the worlds were better, the levels were better. Just my opinion. I was a Crash Bandicoot guy. Yes, another Nightmare Creatures guy, man. Big up, big up. See, some of you guys, bro, I'm feeling old out here, bro. I'm feeling old as hell. Yeah, the PS1 era, yeah, wonky textures, yeah. I tried to go back and play a game actually on because I stream on the other channel on Twitch. I tried to play Shadow Man. If you guys remember Shadow Man, really, really intricate game for the time, but it's so frustrating. There's so much backtracking and things like that. It's got a decent story though. It's got a decent story. There's a lot of like in-game content that you don't have to look at, but if you look at it, it's so in depth and it's so detailed. Like there's serial killer files and things like that. It's a really interesting game, but I tried to go. So Shadow Man was PS1, I think N64 maybe Sega whatever. I played it a lot as a kid, and as a dumb kid, I just couldn't finish it. I just couldn't work it out, and I went back to it recently on stream because they remastered it, and it wasn't like a cash grab remaster either. It was actually quite a good remaster. But I went back to it, and it's still super complicated. It's still super frustrating. But Shadow Man was such an ambitious game for the time. Such an ambitious game. That's another game, Nordic, you should try, is Shadow Man. But you're going to have some time to look at it and sit down and play it. But again, the atmosphere in that game is good. Time Splitters, never played it. I've heard of it. I know what it is, but I never played it. Yeah, I was just never a Spyro guy. I just couldn't. I don't know what it was. It just never. I don't know. I just couldn't get into it. I had it as a kid. I think I had Spyro too. Another one like that was Rayman. I never liked Rayman either. Do you know what game I loved actually as a kid though? I can't lie. I used to spend so much time on this game, just making like random structures to try and destroy it. Was Worms. Do you guys remember Worms? Because I used to try to build structures over the worms to protect them. Bro, Worms was a good game. Worms was so fucking fun. Worms was so fucking fun. I used to play that with my brother, 2-player, all the time, man. It was so fun. You guys, bro, there's so many kids these days, man. They don't know the two players, in the same room, 2-player games, like 2 controllers. Two controllers, bro, that was so fun. So fucking fun. Yeah, I felt Shadow Man was so ambitious for its time. I'm talking about in regards to level design, I guess, and the complexity of the game. It was so ahead of its time. So ahead of its time. Yeah, it's worth looking at, Nordic. I think it's worth looking at. Bro, Worms, man, listen. Me and my brother had spent so much time on Worms. Bro, I remember a day when GTA wasn't 3D. When we was playing GTA 1, GTA 2, GTA London on PS1. Bro, Christ, that's crazy. When was the last Worms game made? Is Worms even still a thing? Yeah, they've made a lot of 1995, bro. I had the 1995 version. That's insane. I think. Yeah, I definitely had the 90. I'm certain I had the 1995 version on PS1. I was born in 94. That's insane, bro. Okay, the last Worms game was 2016 apparently. Okay, 2020 was the last Worms game. Okay. Yeah, GTA London, bro. I remember actually. So I got the PS2 kind of late. I want to say 03. And the first 2 games I had on PS2. Well, no, the first 2 games I had on PS2 Well, GTA 3 and SmackDown Here Comes the Pain, the wrestling game. And when I first loaded up GTA 3, because I'd never seen 3D graphics like that, the big ass fucking TV with a big back on it. I remember sitting down Christmas 2003, putting in GTA 3 for the first time. The intro fucking scene, the bomb on the bridge, bro, I was fucking hooked. I must have went to bed like fucking 4 a.m. that night just playing GTA 3, like hooked. Hooked, bro. Man, those were the days, honestly. Those were the days. And then I obviously got Vice City. But like soon after, I had the PS2. So I had that fat PS2, if you remember, because they had the fat PS2, then they came out with the slimmer version. But I had that fat PS2, and soon after I got it, when I put a disc in, it made a weird clicking noise. Like I can't make a noise. It was really weird, but it was like a weird clicking noise, and it like scratched discs up, and I couldn't play games that much. But yeah, I'm assuming that was like PS2's version of like the Red Ring of Death on the Xbox 360. But yeah, my PS2 got some weird ass clicking noise after a while. Those were the days, man. I swear to God. Vice City blew my mind even more when I played Vice City, like for the first time. That game, like, blew my mind when I first played it. Like, because it was a lot brighter than GTA 3. The music was sick. The weapons were better. That was such a sick game, man. I just don't feel that way about games anymore, man. I just don't. I don't know whether it's an age thing or have games really got that soulless, or maybe it's just somewhere in the middle. I don't know, man. Yeah, bro, I used to sneak downstairs every night, totally obsessed about playing GTA 3. Was the ultimate gaming experience at that time. Yeah, bro, GTA 3 changed it all, bro. Rockstar back then, bro, there was a time when Rockstar were like by far the best games developer. I don't care what anybody says. Because they could smash like a AAA title where like everybody would buy it. But they put so much effort in. The maps were great. The atmosphere was great. The music was great. The Easter eggs were great. Bro, Rockstar up until I think Red Dead 1 was their last absolute diamond of the game. I think Red Dead 2 was really, really, really good. GTA 5 was fun, but it just never had that magic. But Rockstar, like from like the early 2000s to the late 2000s, nobody did it better than Rockstar. Nobody, not close. Not close. Nobody did it better than Rockstar. Yeah, Vice City soundtrack was so fucking fun. It was like just the 80s vibes, bro. The 80s vibes. Yeah, I made a video, Albert. I made a video about it. Yeah, modern games are bland, boring, and bloated. Yeah, corporate NPC consumer products. Yeah. I think honestly, the more I look at it, the more I'm considering getting a PC, bro, because like there's a lot of PC games that have like actual communities around them. Whereas like console games, I think that's dead in console gaming. I've kind of come to this conclusion. I think if you want that in the modern age, I think you have to go to the PC. I think you have to go to the PC, to be honest. because there's not even just developers, but like there's like communities around certain games that make the games better. Like DayZ's a great example. Like DayZ has been one of the funnest games I've played when I have played it. I just need a better PC so I can stream it. That's another big problem. Apology, man. Another huge problem is like games these days get released broken. Yeah, GTA 5 to me was fun, but it was just, again, it's one of those things I can't really give you a reason why. But it never had that magic. It was fun. I had fun with it, but it just never quite hit that spot. I don't know what it was. I don't know what it is about that game. They put a lot of effort into it, there's no doubt, but just never quite there for me. Yeah, there is that. They were great. Rockstar were great in regards to like world building and things like that. They were great. They were and have been the best at world building, in my opinion. But again, it depends what you play games for. I guess, right? It depends on what you play games for. I guess we all look for different things from certain games. But yeah, exactly. The good old days when you could put the disc in and play it immediately, bro. That's the thing, man. That's another thing that puts me off about like console gaming, bro. It's like, bro, you put the disc in, then you got to wait for God knows how long. Don't get me wrong, you have to like install games on PC, but it's quick and shit. It's like, bro. A great example of Rockstar's success is how loved their games are, despite how small a percent of player actually finished them. Their flaws are elevated, but people still love them. And yeah, exactly, yeah. See, I couldn't comprehend getting GTA and not completing it. I loved like going through the missions, even though they were repetitive to a certain degree. I never find it in the moment. I never find it repetitive in the moment. Like GTA basically raised me, honestly. GTA basically raised me. Like the amount of hours I had on San Andreas as a kid is not even funny. The amount of hours I had on San Andreas, I would love to see like the amount of hours I've spent on each video game in my youth. GTA is going to be up there. San Andreas is going to be up there. Bro, San Andreas was OG. Such a great game. I literally played that game for, I don't know, for years, bro. It came out in what, 04? I got the Xbox in 08. I at least played it for 4 years. And then I went intermittently back to it. I played that so fucking much. See, GTA 4 was like one of those games that I felt it was like, it was a game that either somebody really liked or they hated it. Like a lot of people complained about like the ragdoll physics and how the cars handled and things like that. I liked the story personally. The story of revenge from Nico Bellic. I really liked the story and the motivations behind the character. Kind of like the cold, stoic, just like nothing else to live for but revenge. I kind of like the story in GTA 4. I kind of liked the story in GTA 4. I can't lie. Just the whole revenge crusade. And it kind of makes you think on a deeper level about the concept of revenge, whether you're like religious or spiritual, etc. But like, there's various paraphrases in religious scripture about revenge. I don't know. I find it interesting, the whole GTA 4 like storyline. I think it was Apostle Paul who talks about revenge in the Bible. But it's interesting. I like the story. I like the story. See, I never played Fable, bro. I never played it. Yeah, San Andreas was great, bro. San Andreas nailed it on every level. Main character, CJ, the map, the missions, the side characters, the music. Fucking amazing, bro. San Andreas was goated. San Andreas was goated, bro. I loved San Andreas. It had so much like, bro, the tracks, like the soundtrack of that game was so fucking good. Big up to BG London. What's up, man? See, I liked Red Dead 2. I quite liked it. That was probably the last modern game I really liked was Red Dead 2. But yeah, these days, bro, I don't buy games. I don't even have a console. I have a shit PC. Literally, the only game I play is like Football Manager. And I play some games for like when I stream on the other channel, like Left 4 Dead and things like that. That was another game I liked back in the day. But yeah, it's one of those things I'd like to try to get back into it, but I don't know, man. I need a better PC, basically. Yeah, Need for Speed 2 soundtrack was sick. Yeah, that was PS2, right? Yeah, that was a sick soundtrack. That was a sick soundtrack. Yeah, Need for Speed, the first couple were really good. Like Need for Speed Most Wanted was my favourite, I think. I think that was the second, right? Most Wanted. Bro, GTA 3, yeah, I was literally talking about this earlier. That was the first game I loaded up when my parents got me a PS2. I loaded that shit up. And bro, the introduction scene just blew my mind. Bro, that was such a sick fucking game. It's kind of weird though, like as a kid, like the jumps from like PS1 to PS2 were so drastic. They were so drastic. And every step since then has got less drastic. Every step since then's got less drastic. So I don't feel kids now will have that experience we had like playing GTA 3 for the first time or something like that. From PS1 to PS2 was such a huge leap. Yeah, when the horse dies, it's kind of deep. Yeah, when the horse dies. Yeah, Undisputed, right? I want to play it, bro, but my PC is fucking trash, so I can't play it. I need to get a better PC, man, but I'm trying to hustle, man. I'm trying to fucking make money, not fucking spend it. Do you know what I mean? It's one of those ones. Nah, I'm trying to work towards it. I'm trying to use the money I make on Twitch. I'm trying to put that towards it. Because I got a fucking stag do to pay for as well next year. So there's that I've got to look out for. I don't like spending money, bro. I can't lie. I don't like spending money. Yeah, but I liked Red Dead 2. I liked it personally. I felt the story was good. I felt the story was really good. I always go back and forth. What's a better game? Red Dead 2 or Red Dead 1? I feel like I'd have to play both side by side. Honestly, like in the moment, I was more blown away with Red Dead 1. But low-key, I preferred the character Arthur in Red Dead 2. I preferred Arthur to John Marston. I can't lie. Okay, yeah, you're a bit older, yeah. The jump from SNES to the PS1 was the biggest jump of all time. My mind exploded. Yeah, bro. So I came up on PS1. That was my first console, PS1. And yeah, the first games I had was Worms, Crash Bandicoot, Abe's Odyssey. Abe's Odyssey was another one. Abe's Odyssey. Played that a lot as well. I could never complete Abe's Odyssey. I was too dumb as a kid. I couldn't complete it, but I loved like the level design. I could never work it out. I think I was more than likely retarded. Probably still am, but as a kid, I could never work out Abe's Odyssey. Could never work it out. Yeah, facts. Yeah, nobody likes to spend money, man. Facts. I never played Wipeout. Never played it. Never played it. But yeah, man, back in the day, like, used to go to Blockbusters with my mum, and it was like, yo, that cover looks fucking sick. Can you buy it? And that was basically it. There was no fucking like researching games or anything like that. There was none of that. You literally went to fucking no, what was it called? Yeah, it was Blockbuster back then. No, do you guys remember Choices? I don't know whether this was just a regional thing for me, but there was like a store called Choices, and Choices had like DVDs, games, like all that shit. And we used to go to this place called Choices, and they had like movies and games. Go to the games. Yo, this cover looks sick. This cover looks sick. Can you buy it? Basically, that was it. That's all you knew about the game was the cover. That's it. That's all you knew. Literally buying the game by the cover back then. Those were the days. I used to do that with games and horror movies as a kid. If a horror movie cover looked good, Mum, can you buy it? Can you buy it? And same with games. Madness, bro. But yeah, I was basically babysitted on fucking shit I shouldn't have been playing and shit I shouldn't have been watching, bro. That was fucking immense. It's kind of crazy. Like at the time, you kind of think it's insignificant, like playing games and shit. And like I used to play Crash Bandicoot with my mum and shit like that when I was like young, like 7, 8 years old. That shit, bro. That shit is fucking priceless. That shit. That's the type of shit you look back on. It's kind of crazy, like how insignificant it feels at the time. But you look back, bro. That shit is priceless. See, I'm not a gamer now, but some of my best memories as a young kid were like with video games. Yeah, bro. Games were built different back then. My favorite console, honestly, I'd probably say the 360, just because at that point in time. So when I got a 360 was, I want to say 2008. I was 14. Yeah, I think it was my 14th birthday. I got the Xbox 360. And that was when I first went online with a fucking headset and I could hear other people. And bro, it was fucking chaos. Absolute fucking chaos. And I loved it, bro. I fucking loved it. Just hearing like Americans on the other end. Immediately, you would fucking resort to 9/11 jokes or fucking school shooting jokes. Immediately, it would ensue. It is fucking amazing, bro. Like, Xbox days back then was so fucking fun. So fucking fun. But yeah, once I hit about 16, so about 2010, was when I started to like fall out with gaming. Turning 16 years old, other things take priority. I realized like fucking girls existed for a start, partying and shit like that. Other shit took priority. And yeah, I kind of fell out of love with it. I've never really been a gamer since per se, but yeah, I've got a lot of memories about certain games and shit I look back on. That was it, man. 16 happened and that was it. But I don't think it was just that. I just felt games started to lose their soul at that point in time. Yeah, I tapped out at a similar time. Yeah, Xbox Live, bro. When it comes to online gaming, the original Xbox Live, that was online gaming done right. You could say whatever you wanted. Like, the fact, like, the likelihood that you would get banned was so unlikely. You would have to get so many reports on your account to get banned. And he wouldn't even get banned to start with. You'd get a suspension, then another suspension. I got one suspension. I forget what it was for, but yeah, bro, those were the days. You could say anything, bro. Those Modern Warfare 2 lobbies were like being back in Vietnam. Amazing. Yeah, the 360s. Yeah, the 360 was the last console that actually functioned as a console, not a pseudo PC. Yeah, the technical leap was great. Yeah, that was amazing, bro. You had to pay for like Xbox Live, but it was worth paying for. It was so fucking good. COD 4 lobbies, Modern Warfare 2 lobbies, bro, unbelievable. Because everybody used their mic. Unless they were in a party chat, you couldn't hear them. But if they weren't, everybody used a mic. And he would talk shit to each other. That was it, man. That was what it was about. Yeah, modern games just don't do it for me, bro. They don't do it for me. Like, I could happily go back and play San Andreas right now. I'd probably be happy. Yeah, these kids right now, bro, these kids right now, they would need counselling if they was in like a Modern Warfare 2 lobby. Bro, no, Call of Duty 4 on shipment, bro, anything would go. Anything would go. Anything would go, bro. Just trash talk beyond belief. Especially when it was like Americans and like British people. The back and forth was so fun. It was so fun. We would talk about school shootings and 9/11. They would talk about bad teeth and, oh, you drink tea and scone. They had shit banter, bro. I can't lie. They had shit banter. We was roasting those kids about school shootings. And these guys out here talking about scones and tea. Come on, man. We used to roast those kids on fucking Xbox Live. But those were the days, man. Those were the days. Arcade in your front room. Do you know one game I used to love playing at the arcade when I was a kid? We used to go down to a place called Stevenage. Like there was a cinema there, like arcade, etc. And I used to love the House of the Dead game. Yeah, House of the Dead, I think it was called. I used to love playing that game. House of the Dead. I used to love playing it. And I swear those games were fucking cons, man. Those games were cons, but I fucking always paid for it, bro. £1 in the machine, we're good to go. I would say in terms of like, I'd say Xbox. Like, to me, like nothing's come close to the 360. If I were to get a console now, it probably would be the PlayStation, but nothing will ever come close to the Xbox 360. Bro, apology, people in FIFA were terrible. If you trolled on FIFA, so if you like played one-on-one, you go a goal up online, and then you start passing around at the back and wasting time, yo, you would get so many fucking abusive messages. That's what made my day, though. I used to love to draw people out. FIFA was a great game to do it because it was so simple. You had to go 1-0 up online and then start passing around at the back, wasting time, being a shithouse. And you would get so many messages, bro. So many messages. I used to live for it. Just to wind people up and ruin their day on fucking console. I used to live for it, bro. See, I never played Fight Night back then. I played Fight Night Champion a little bit. Yeah, bro, Mike Myers on Call of Duty. So you would set up a private lobby, knives only, and like one person would be Michael Myers while everyone else ran away. Yeah, that was sick. That was sick, bro. What is the new Xbox called? Is it like the Series X or something like that? I think it's called Xbox Series X, maybe. They got some shit names now, man. They got some shit names. Yeah, bro, FIFA was a great game to troll on. Do you guys remember like a game mode called like Pro Clubs? People used to get so sweaty on that game. So me and a few friends used to play Pro Clubs a lot. And bro, that scene was so competitive. It was so fucking great. You used to get so many abusive messages. So the Series X is more powerful and the S is cheaper. Are they the current consoles, Colin? I don't even know what the current consoles are. Is the Series X like the current? And Series X and S is current generation, right? Yeah, I'm certain. I'm certain it is. I'm certain it is. Yeah, that's when I first found KSI. I used to watch his videos way back when, like when I played FIFA. Because I did play a little bit of FIFA back then, when he first started to get popular. But Okay, so yeah, Series X and Series S are current generation. Are they still going through like production problems? Because I swear for like 2 years, like PlayStation 5 and Xbox were going through like production problems. You couldn't actually buy one for a long time. They're still quite expensive, so a PS5 is like fucking 400 quid. Madness, bro. 360 is second generation, I think. Yeah, it is second generation. Yeah, because it was just like the original Xbox first, wasn't it? Then it was like the 360. Yeah, it's kind of insane. It's kind of insane that so yeah, the PS5 is still like £400. It's feeling like this is holding its value a lot longer. Okay, so it's okay now. Yeah, the big issue was to do with a £3 chip part that was short as fuck during COVID lockdowns. Okay, cool. Yeah, so that you can buy them. What's the Xbox called? Xbox Series S. No, X and it. Xbox Series X. Why do they give this shit? That's one thing about the PlayStation that does well. PS5, very simple, very easy. Xbox, bro, they're changing their names, man, every time. 360, Xbox, then it's 360, then it's the Xbox One, then it's the Series, this, that, and the other. Yo, the Xbox Series X is still £479. Madness, bro. Absolute madness. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know what the better console is. I don't know what the better console is. Like right now, what is the better console objectively? Like the new Xbox or the new or PS5? Like what is the better console? What has like more variety on it? I wouldn't know. See, I'm debating buying a PC anyway, to be honest with you, to try to get into streaming and do it properly. So you got banned in Forza Horizon because in the black taxi mission I reskinned my taxi to be the fake taxi. Bro, that's what I'm saying about games now, man. They're just killjoys. You can't shit talk or have fun. It's kind of madness, man. Okay, so PS5 is better. Okay. See, I would just buy a console to stream games, but like there's certain games I can't play on console that I want to stream. So it's like, bro. It's one of those. It's one of those. So I kind of want to play DayZ on stream. That's what I want to play. That's really what I want to play. Is like DayZ. Aside from that, though, that's really the only reason I'd get a new PC. It would help with like what I do on the other channel, but I just feel like there's more use out of a PC. So you can buy the PC, you can play more games on it, and I can do what I want to do on it. I just feel it's like, yeah, it's more expensive, but I just feel there's like you're going to get its worth kind of thing. Whereas like if I get a console, I'd only use it to stream. And there's that as well. So yeah, I have both. PS5 is better for me, but I'm looking to get a PC build now. I want 3 games to pirate. Yeah, facts. There's that as well with PC. Like you can basically do anything if you know what you're doing. You can basically do anything. And PCs last a lot longer. Yeah, still going, bro, but not still going strong. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, Getaway Black Monday was a great game. I think I completed it. I forget how it ended, but I'm certain I completed it. I played it. So my all-time favorite memories on console, JD, was the Xbox 360. But I feel like most recently the PlayStation is better. I preferred PS4 to like the Xbox One. And from what I'm being told, PS5 is better than the Series X. So it's like one of those. But yeah, all-time favorite memories are on the Xbox 360. I would say 360. Rob, definitely 360. Definitely 360. No, I've not seen it, bro. Like I'm waiting for like the official announcement, but if there's a poster, that's good news. I actually quite like that fight. Gassiev versus Valin. That's a decent fight. It's still not on BoxRec. It's still not on BoxRec. Yeah, Gassiev must be getting the hair from his chest to put on his head. Yeah, bro, that guy. How old is Gassiev? I want to say he's my age. No, he's a little bit younger than me. He's a few months younger. He's like fucking, I don't know, 8 months younger than me. But he looks fucking so fucking old. Hard paper round, that guy. Hard fucking paper round. He's got those fucking Cuban genetics. Know what I'm saying? That Cuban passport. Yeah, it's a good fight, Colin. I'd like to see it. Is it actually going to be the final season though? You know what I need? Do you know what I need to do with Top Boy though? I need to go back and literally watch from the Channel 4 days and revisit it, like go through it all up until this new season and watch the new season. I kind of want to go back on. I still think I watched like the last seasons of Top Boy, But I still think the Channel 4 fucking series were better. I really do. I just felt they was more like grounded in reality more than anything. Like the original Channel 4 series of Top Boy. I think there was 2 series on Channel 4, I want to say. I think. How many series is there? 5, right? So I want to say the first 2 were on Channel 4. But yeah, Top Boy is solid. I do like Top Boy. I think he'll beat Wally. I'll be real. I think he'll beat him. Movie recommendations. Fuck. Honestly, I've not been keeping up with movies like recently. I can't even tell you what the last like great movie I watched was. Like in terms of modern movies, what was like the last great modern movie I watched? I don't even know. You know, like there's those certain movies you watch them for like the first time, and you feel like you've had an experience. I don't remember like the last modern movie that happened with. Maybe Django. Once upon a time in Hollywood was pretty good. John Wick is fun. So John Wick is fun, but like it's not like a movie that it's not like a deep movie. Like, do you know what I'm saying? It's not like a deep movie that like makes you think or like just wows you per se. It's a fun movie. They're all fun movies. I like John Wick, but like it's one of those things, isn't it? Yeah, John Wick's good though. Horror movies, man. I'm the old school type of guy though. Like modern horror movies are fucking trash, man. Fucking trash. They're all the same fucking thing about like ghost possessions and shit like that. And I don't mind that, but like, bro, it just gets fucking too much. Like ever since like the Blair Witch Project, that's all it's been. Like fucking found footage, ghost movies and shit. Modern horror. Again, I forget the last good modern horror movie I watched. I forget, man. I always go back to the classics, man. Like The Thing, 1982, John Carpenter. Yeah, John Carpenter, The Thing. Great movie, man. Great fucking movie. If you like, I don't even like sci-fi. It's not sci-fi as such. It's set on Earth. It's set on like an Arctic research base, and they like discover like a crashed fucking UFO. And yeah, one of it, like the alien infects them. Basically, it's fucking sick. It's such a great movie. But yeah, like 1982, The Thing is such a great movie. You have to watch it. All the original classics that you know of, I love, like Nightmare, Friday the 13th, Halloween, etc. Love those movies. If you like cheesy slasher movies, The Burning is fun. What else? There's a few out there, man. Found footage, okay. Found footage. Grave Encounters is kind of good. Although I say that, it's one of those movies. So like, I watched it when it came out. Grave Encounters, I really liked it. So I want to say it came out in like 2010, 2011. And it was only a few weeks ago. Me and my friends were like, finished the night out. We came back high as fuck. Oh, what movie shall we watch? I suggested Grave Encounters. And watching it now, I was like, yeah, this is trash. This is actually trash. So maybe it's not a good movie. I was high as fuck. I don't know whether it's a good movie or not anymore. The found footage, to me, the Blair Witch is still the best. I know it gets a lot of hate, but to me, the Blair Witch is the best because you can kind of like feel it, like you can kind of like imagine it happening. Do you know what I mean? It's one of those. Yeah, The Thing is good. Like, it's really good. It's old, don't get me wrong, like 1982, but the atmosphere in it is fucking sick. Music is sick. Like, it's got like the air of paranoia about it. That's the main theme of the movie. So like the alien basically infects them one by one, and they don't know until the alien shows itself. So basically it essentially perfectly replicates the person, but they don't know if that person's infected or not until the alien shows itself. And yeah, it's a great fucking movie. It's a great movie. To me, it's John Carpenter's best movie. Everyone says Halloween, which I love, but to me, The Thing is better. It's so fucking good. And it's got fucking Kurt Russell in it as well. Kurt Russell, like the two main characters, Kurt Russell and I forget who plays Childs, but they're like two great leads. Yeah, that's what Scream goes for, Bo. That's what Scream goes for, JD. It's like kind of unserious. It's almost like a parody on slasher movies. Scream is fun. It's kind of fun, Scream. It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. 80s was pretty fucking sick. 90s was hit and miss. There were some great movies in the 90s, but 90s was hit and miss. If you're looking at horror, yeah, it's the 70s and 80s. There's no doubt. There's no doubt. 70s and 80s, when it comes to horror, is the best. Even like the shit horror movies back in the 80s were fun. Like even movies that were like objectively terrible were fun. They were cheesy as hell. You know, like just cliche characters. It was kind of fun. If you have sex, you die. You know, like the regular like cliche tropes. But it was just fun. Yeah, bro, the Halloween movies were terrible. Terrible in the 90s, man. Halloween was like the first two Halloweens, the original first two were good. Like the first one was fucking goated, but second one was decent. The rest of them, I could live without them. Honestly, I could live without them. That was all fucking crap. 4 was okay. 4 was okay, but the rest of them are terrible. Even like the reboots, I don't like. And I saw 2 of them. Hang on. I saw one of them in the theatre, man. I was so disappointed with the Halloween reboots. So basically, they followed on from the original. They ignored everything else, and they followed on from the original. And they butchered it, bro. They fucking butchered it. It was hot garbage, in my opinion. They all were. Yeah, if you take a piss, you die. Yeah, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, some of the cliches are funny. That's why I like Friday the 13th though, because like that movie was what it was. It never took itself seriously. The only Friday the 13th movie that was kind of like they were all horror movies, but like they were almost parody movies of the time. The only Friday the 13th movie that wasn't quite like that was Part 4. That was more like gritty and like that was probably the best one. Was Part 4. It's actually, if you like slasher movies, that is the best Friday movie, was Part 4. And that's the thing, though. Friday the 13th had a really good character story for Jason Voorhees. You know, being like a freak, like a deformed freak, getting bullied, then drowns in the lake, etc. It's got kind of like a cool urban legend type of origin story. But yeah, most of the movies were really hokey, but they were fun. They were fun. Yeah, I liked VHS, bro. I liked VHS. The first two were really good. The second one, there's that, like, I think it was the second one, where like, I think it's like the last anthology, and it's like the cult one. It's so fucking good, man. So fucking good. Yeah, VHS 1 and 2 are worth watching. If you like horror, they're worth watching. They are like anthology movies. So there's multiple stories in one movie, like multiple like short movies in one movie. But they do it really well. There's a couple of like short anthologies that aren't great, but there's a couple that are really good. Like VHS 1, it opens up with the vampire girl. The guys they take these girls back, and one of the girls is like a vampire. Bro, that's a sick one as well. I can't lie. Absolute succubus. You know what I'm saying? And we'd all fall for it as well. We'd all fall for it. That's the thing. You put yourself in that position and you know you're dead. You know you're dead. We would all fall for that fucking vampire chick and get fucking eaten. But yeah, I like VHS, bro. I like VHS. I've seen all of them, but after the second one, they kind of got a little shitty, but I watched them anyway because they're kind of hokey and fun. But yeah, the fucking vampire chick one, I think, is one that all guys can relate to. They can all relate to it. We're all getting fucking killed, bro. We're getting eaten. Yo, when I first saw it, I was going out with like a brunette at the time, a girl named Shelby. And bro, she had like brunette hair, like that kind of curly type of hair. It's like, bro, am I fucking a vampire? It's like, man. Yeah, it's such a fucking good movie, bro. I loved it. It's a good movie, man. It was fun, man. Like the first two were fun, really, really fun. VHS movies. That's what I'm saying about horror now. It's just so fucking. It takes itself too seriously. Don't get me wrong. Some horrors like that can work, like The Shining, for example, or The Exorcist. It can work, but most times they try to do that. It's just so fucking. I don't know, man. It's just a bit dead. It's just a bit dead when they try and. If you're going to take yourself serious as a horror movie, you have to bang it out. You have to be 100%. Like I was never a big fan of like Hereditary and movies like that. It's just not my jazz. It's just too fucking much. I've heard of Truth or Dare, but I've not seen it. I've heard of Truth or Dare. I've not seen it though. Deadstream. It's on YouTube. Found footage. Found footage. It's one of those. It's one of those genres. I don't mind it. Like VHS, they did it well. The first two did it well. I'll always like the Blair Witch. I can go back to it. Bro, if you actually get a chance, like there's these movie like videos on YouTube. So they'll take popular movies and they will do like they'll kind of like look at the movie and they will do like alternative. They'll give you like alternative takes on the movies and like the esoterical meanings behind the movies. There's a really good video on the Blair Witch Project. Hang on. I forget what video it was though. So yeah, this. So this dude basically has like an alternative theory on the Blair Witch. Really interesting. That's the video I'm on about. But anyway, guys, I have to wrap it up. I've been going for far too long. It's 4 hours in. I have to work tomorrow, believe it or not. I'm working from home, so it's no bueno. It's all Breno, but yeah, I probably need to go to bed. But anyway, guys, I'll wrap it up here. Thank you for joining as always. But yeah, I'll try and get on next week if possible. I don't think there's any fights this week, so probably going to be a quiet weekend. Probably no content this weekend, I can't lie. But yeah, guys, I'm going to wrap it up. I'm going to get to bed. I'm fucking knackered. Peace out, guys.